Hello, everyone. Hope you got those noir Dartigan emotes ready to use. Because I get the feeling this game's going to inspire a lot of you. To, like, well, talk about that dame who came into your life one day while you were sitting in your moody, smoke-filled office, battling things with tentacles. Supposedly. I don't know if this game still has a Lovecraftian angle or not, but we'll find out. Can I, Sorry for the late start, by the way. I mean, this game did not want to start up because it had to, like, download a redistributable. I thought we were past that point in our technological curve. Like, getting past needing a redistributable when you, like, download a game, that feels like 2008 Steam. Did I review this game? This is my first time playing an Alone in the Dark game. So no, I have not. But also, Supertramp, I see what you're doing. Gifted me 5 memberships. I thank you for it. And hopefully whoever gets one of those memberships gives you a thank you as well. This isn't related to anything, but I wanted to say this. I feel bad that you spent money on Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, although I suppose making a video about it is doing God's work. Trust me, there's been games I spent money on that I feel way worse over than that one. That one at least didn't take very long to get through. That's a plus. Not taking very long, you know what, I can stand a bad game if it only takes me like 10 or 14 hours to get through. Talk to me about buying Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Talk to me about that. But thank you for, hopefully you liked the video though. Always keep this in mind for me, video games are a tax write-off. So you never have to feel bad about me playing a bad video game that I paid money for. But how is everyone? Without spoiling anything, yes it does have the Lovecraftian angle. We shall see then. We shall see. But hopefully everyone is now fully socially re-energized after like the 4 days away I've been from streaming. Oh, I needed that badly. I need that so badly. In hindsight, I've got a lot of work done on the FF7 script. I'm already past like the Junon section, so not quite midway of the game, but getting there. Hope everyone had a great day. I hope everyone had a great day too. I wish the best. The best. By the way, how's my audio sounding? You think Resident Evil Code Zero will get a remake? I highly doubt that one, and both Code Zero and Code Veronica X. I don't think either one will get one. Audio is great, audio is good, thank you, thank you. Usually when one thing is like a problem in on a stream or a tech issue, another one always pops up. Would KOTOR 1 and 2 be considered classics in videos? Before 2004, anything before 2004 would be considered for classics then, yes. I believe KOTOR 1. I don't know if KOTOR 2, I think probably both of them actually released before 2004. Have you ever played Control? Not only did I play Control, I made a Sin video on it. This man needs to look through my library of videos, chat. He's going to go on a journey now. He's like, wait, I missed that one. But yeah, I did that one like 2 years ago, I think. Resident Evil 5 remake would be interesting considering how much co-op isn't a thing anymore. Honestly, if they are making their RE5 remake, I do think they need to adopt the Resident Evil 2 approach to 2 main characters and just have 2 separate campaigns instead of the cooperative nonsense. This is some sexy music. You know, it fits my voice pretty well, doesn't it? Chat, I always need smooth jazz playing wherever I go. Just like, I need to reach a level of, like, fame where I can just hire a band, like someone with like a saxophone and a trumpet to follow me around, and play a tune like this everywhere I go, no matter how much it annoys other people. You can tell it works. Honestly, yeah, pretty much does match my voice. Chat, I have the jawline, the hairline, and the sounding and the voice to actually be a noir detective. I could pull it off. I don't have really good stubble. That's like the only feature I'm missing. I don't really grow a beard or like 5 o'clock stubble very well. And I'm not an alcoholic or even drink. But the rest of it, I could pull off. I would play vaporwave music when I would boot up Sonic Mania. Doesn't Sonic Mania have a pretty good soundtrack though? But hey, you play what you want to play. Chris is so roided out in that game that he can do anything except open a reinforced door by himself. Look, he was being a team player, all right? But yeah, if that man can punch a boulder off a cliff, he can definitely open any of those doors by his own self. Apparently, Shiva has a meaner kick than Chris. What, does it do slightly more damage? Did you get the classic skins DLC for this game? I don't know. I didn't buy anything. I just bought the base game. You even thought about doing VR exclusive games? Most VR games, outside of like Half-Life Alyx, don't really have much plot content to work with. They're very light on it. Most VR games, even though I like VR, I have 2 VR headsets. I can admit in most VR games, they're still only at this like toy level almost of development. Some of them are like just like a very fun interactive toy without much going on behind the scenes. There are some out there that are really good that I can definitely recommend. But I would like to do VR stuff once there's enough VR stuff to make it worthwhile. And enough people who care about VR. It might be something I try out on the Patreon, at least like a VR Sins video, just to see how people react to it, or how well I could do it. But even then, there wouldn't be very many of them. I still like the Quarry Sins video. Really, all those choices matter games. Since, funny thing, you should mention the Quarry. The very first game I ever live streamed was Until Dawn. And it's one of the reasons Until Dawn is probably one of my favorite videos. Just because I think it's like the surefire video you can go watch and see like a change in my overall style. Because I started streaming. At least that's the way I feel about it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I've always felt that way. FNAF games are good in VR? Well, they're literally just like, here's the jump scare simulator. Chat, does anyone actually like Five Nights at Freddy's games? I always feel like it's like a Five Nights at Freddy's popularity has been like a gag that people just pretend ironically like it. Like, man, I like playing this game for like the millionth time with a robot jumps in my face. Are you going to stream the next Dark Pictures game? Maybe. I mean, I've streamed all of them. If I play it, I'll stream it. By far, my favorite sim videos are all the David Cage games. Those do make some good ones, don't they? That being, there is one David Cage game I have yet to sin. Omicron the Nomad Soul. I have plans for it. If I can ever get it working. In the Quarry video, how long would it take you to draw that penis? It does not take long to draw any penis. It is a very easy appendage to draw. It's not like drawing a hand or something, which is notoriously difficult. There are a few things more easy to draw in life than a penis. It's the reason why even like cavemans would draw penises. Like cavemen, one of the first drawings we have is like, here's my dick. It's a historical, piece of history. I can bust out a penis in like seconds, all right? And I intentionally use words to make that sound as dirty as possible. Will you ever play in Sin Fatal Frame? I have played through Fatal Frame 2, and I did record it, so I might end up doing a video on that at some point. That's the only Fatal Frame game I've ever played, though. Speaking of other horror games I'd like to play, at some point I want to play that PS2 horror game Siren. Just because it looks interesting to me. I'm not sure when I'll play that, though. Penis speedrun 80%. It's, like I said, boom, 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 done. I could draw a penis blind, alright? You should play Fatal Frame Mask the Lunar Eclipse. Is that the most recent one that came out on the Wii U? And then got re-released everywhere else? Why don't people with glasses just press L2 to zoom in? Are they stupid? Look, I wear glasses. If I could find the L2 button to zoom in, I would let you know. They didn't give it in my prescription. Don't get DD2 Dragon's Dogma 2? I haven't. I'm waiting for that game to be patched before I even consider it. Right now, it's apparently got a lot of issues. Also, I don't want to play another big RPG right now when I just finished FF7 and I still have Like a Dragon to finish. I don't even... Chad, I gotta be honest with you, I don't know if I'm going to finish Like a Dragon. I haven't decided if I'm going to finish that game or not. Any chance Corpse Party will get played in Sin? I don't know much about that game. Is that... Some reason my mind is telling me Corpse Party is like an anime high school game but with horror elements. I don't know if that's right though. That's just what pops in my head when I hear the word Corpse Party. This sounds like one of those this is like one of those Japanese whodunit visual novels. Still waiting for glasses with wipers. Which futuristic sci-fi movie promised you that? Because the only things I was ever promised by sci-fi were like shoes that self-pump themselves and self-lace and hoverboards. It is. I don't know how I knew that, but maybe I have heard of that game at one point and maybe I did know of it, but for some reason that's just what I got. Or maybe just the name. Pretty much right about Corpse Party. I have never seen a game like that yet. I'm not that big into like anime whodunits. Like the Sherlock Holmes of anime. Like I said, so I can't promise that one to you. And who knows, I could play it at some point if I get interested. But right now, the only anime game I'm worried about streaming and making a video on is Persona 5. Because if the Patreon does well enough, I'll be locked into doing that. And that'll make so many people happy over my misery. Hey, Believing God, first time catching one of your streams, been watching your games ins for a while. Well, welcome to the Twitch chat. Thank you for watching my stuff for so long, and hopefully you enjoy my antics and the weird, even weirder antics of my stream chats. That's right, chats, 2 chats, plural. Are you gonna send Payday 2? It technically has a storyline. Well, sometimes you need a little bit more than technically. Almost every game technically has a storyline. But it still has to have enough for me to make it worthwhile, and also, you know, it's a few other things besides just plot. I'll do the paywall to see Dart play Shin Megami Tensei. Well, I haven't put that one as a stretch goal. It's the only 2 stretch goals I'll have for the Patreon when I release it are Persona 5 and Persona 3. You know, pure anime hell for me. Are you gonna... ever play No More Heroes? I have not played those games. I know of them, and I know what they're about, and I've seen plenty of cutscenes, but I've never actually played one. Is my Patreon... Oh yeah, no. My plan is I have the first 2 videos for DLC sins and classic sins finished. My plan though is to launch it once I have the FF7 video finished. Because you'll be able to watch the FF7 video a day or 2 early on it as well, in an uncensored format, without ads. So that way you'll get 3 different things just for launch. Then quickly following that up with like a 4th thing with like the bonus Dartigan video. So that's my current plan. I'm waiting until once I have that done, then I'll launch it. Shin Megami Tensei so hard to cruel, or so hard they're cruel. I've heard that. I've heard that those are very difficult games, but they're also not games I have any plan on playing. Is Final Fantasy VII your longest sim video? Right now my longest individual video is FF16. Whether this ends up taking the crown for that, I don't know. It's probably going to be a very long video, yes. I hope it's not as long as FF16's though. I don't like really long videos, man. I feel like when people like see me release a video and it's like over an hour long, they're like, oh fuck, I gotta listen to this asshole for an hour. Screw that. You thought the DLC sins thing was a joke in that video? Nope. I am making a Patreon that's gonna have DLC sins and classic sins. Because those are 2 things I've been asked for a lot over the years, but I've never been able to justify making them. And I've also been reluctant to ever do a Patreon, but big changes in life sometimes require you to make big changes in how you run your business. Rip your bank account and my bank account? Well, we'll see. Well, you mean everyone else's bank? No, I'm actually only be charging like $3 for my Patreon. I'm keeping it super cheap. I feel like Patreons ask for too much money sometimes for what they offer. And I don't want to be one of those people, so $3, you get everything, basically. I'll have 2 other options for people who want to pay more to have me say their name at the end of GameSins videos. But that's really it. $3 will get you all the actual content. So you don't have to worry about breaking the wallet open on me. I wouldn't want you to. Life's hard enough without spending a bunch of money on a dumbass YouTuber. That's actually reasonable. Yeah, I didn't want to I feel like even like $5 might be too much. So I was like, you know what? $3 is perfectly fine. I mean, it's a monthly thing anyways, so if you're subscribed all year, that's like $36. Thanks for being decent and being considerate. Yeah, I don't want people to pay the fan tax where people are like a creator to assume just because someone's a fan they'll pay extra. I hate that mentality. Your live stream will help me determine if this game is trash. I've heard this game is like a pretty decent AA game. It's not anything, it's not gonna like change your idea of like a horror game. Like the Resident Evil remakes are better. But it's probably like something like, hey, it'll hold you over. Only $3 is very doable. I'm guessing the new Sins video will only be... No, Game Sins is staying on YouTube. I'm not doing anything with Game Sins other than releasing it like a day or two early on the Patreon. The only thing that'll be exclusive to the Patreon is the 2 new spin-offs, DLC Sins and Classic Sins. DLC Sins, self-explainable. Classic Sins will be for games that released before my cutoff date. So that's the plan for that. I'm also going to be releasing like Dartigan bonus, which is just like anything I want to do that isn't Sins related video content. I have a few things already made for that as well. That can be basically anything. I don't really have a plan for like what style of content it'll be. It's like, do I want to make a video on this? If yes, then it's Dartigan bonus. Hey Fresh, what's up man? How you been? Love yourself Dartigan, we love you. You know what? I like all of you. Can't use the big L word. I enjoy your company. But no, I appreciate all of you. Thank you very much. From someone who played both scenarios of this game, it's not really scary. I've told many of people I don't find horror games scary at all. They don't really work on me, but I still enjoy them. They're probably one of my top most played genres. Just cool chilling while I'm still able to. Oh yeah, you got kids on the way, don't you? Good luck with that. I'm rooting for you. Once again, everyone want that president tier list? Well, my plan is to do a cartoon theme song tier list. Maybe at some other point I'll do I'd have to do some history studying on like older... There's a lot of presidents I don't know much about because they're kind of forgettable. Will you do Half-Life 2 on your Patreon? If I ever sent... Like, I actually recorded all the footage of Half-Life 2 and its episodes. As well as the Black Mesa Half-Life 1 remake. Or potential videos. I haven't decided whether if a game is important enough that I would like not put it on. I might have it on the Patreon then release it onto the YouTube channel after like a period of exclusivity. It's a very big game. For instance, like Grand Theft Auto 3 would be a classic sim video. But I would probably, for like really big important games like that, not have it remain exclusive for more than a couple months. Then I might release it onto the YouTube channel as well. But for smaller games, or like less important games, but they'd always be exclusive. Speaking of this game, I recommend playing as Emily first. Her story seems more relevant, while Edward is more wrong place, wrong. Does it change? Does it like Resident Evil 2, where like whoever you play through first changes the other person's storyline? Or you can have make your own alpha male dating advice. Look, I do not want to be one of these people who are like telling men how to be men. How about you define what means to be a man for yourself and not listen to a dumbass online? Because I can tell you, anyone who's out there trying to sell their idea of manhood, they're just trying to make money off you. Let me tell you how to be a man, alright? You gotta like spit when you walk, spit everywhere, including on your mom, spit on your mom. Don't bathe. If you got dandruff, consider it like a sign, like a mark of pride. What else? Scratch your balls. And, yeah, you only drive with one hand, preferably with your eyes closed. Yeah, you'll sign up to my $10 a month course on how to be a man. No, chat, if you're a man, figure out what it means to be a man for yourself, because you know what? There's a lot of different ways you can do that. To be totally honest, I actually think this, for the most part, it's kind of a shame you only have 300,000 subs on YouTube. You know, here's the thing. I don't really worry too much about numbers. I am perfectly happy where I am. One thing I realize, if all you ever do is chase the numbers when it comes to social media, you will never be happy. Ever, ever, ever. And it eventually will burn you out. So I stopped worrying about sub counts and everything else a long time ago. And now I just enjoy it. And I've had way more fun once I stopped doing that. So that's my advice to YouTubers. First off, spit on everyone. Second off, don't worry about numbers. One thing I never want to do, chat, is make one of those videos where I sigh into the camera and like, let's talk. Time to talk, chat. Suffering from burnout. Like, I'd rather avoid that before you ever got to that point. Hey, what's up, Lucky? You missed my conversation on how to be a man by Dartigan. It involves spitting on people and driving with one hand. Just to catch you up. Not going to lie, I needed and still need a guide for Elden Ring. I finally reached the point where I stumbled into a high-level area or go to an area I need an item that's way over when in another area. Like, stumbling into a high level, that game will literally throw you into a high level area if you open the wrong chest. It's kind of the point. But if you need a guide for it, don't feel ashamed over it. Use yourself a guide. Oh my god, Dartigan, I had to do a spit take at a callback today. Does that mean I'm a man now? A spit take, so you're like, yes, that counts. You now have, I can already see the hair growing on your chest. By the way, men out there, what's it like to have hair on your chest? Because I am not a hairy man. I have, outside of my hair on the head, top of my head, where I prefer it to be, I don't have much body hair. So, is anyone wanting to give me their opinions on the whole chest hair situation? I'd be happy to hear. You hate it, shave it every 2 days. What about back hair? Have you got that? The glorious, like, back pelt. You're getting boob pillows at this point? Those sound comfy. It itches. See, I actually have... my back will sometimes itch when I'm trying to sleep, but I don't really have any hair there. Couldn't figure out what to do next, so I just use an interactive map. Hey, man, no shame. Do what you gotta do. You paid money for that game. Play however you want. Don't have a lot on my chest. It's Peach Fuzz 39. Like I said, I'm in my 30s, and I'm pretty sure if I was gonna grow a bunch of hair, I would have, but I'm happy all of it's on my head. You know what? I don't mind that one bit. Nice place to have it. It's very on display, visible to everyone. But I've always like, am I missing out on something? Did I miss out on the genetics of life? Did I have all this hair everywhere? No body. Well, I have some body hair. I just don't have I am like, you know how like Xerxes in like that sequel to like the shitty 300 movie, who like walks into like a pool of magic water and comes out glistening and smooth. I'm essentially him, only with a full head of hair. I don't have like chest hair or like back hair, or I don't really grow much in like the face either. It's like very basic bitch kind of like facial hair. Only thing I've got is some leg hair, and even that isn't a whole lot. I don't know, I guess I don't have any Greek genes in me or something. Dart is more human than I'm more human than human. More human than human. Well, anyone remember that song? Tasteful nudes for 100 patrons. Nope. There's no such thing as a tasteful nude, alright? You may pretend it's tasteful, it's still just a nude. You just put that tasteful in there so you can tell your parents about it and not feel ashamed. It's like, no, Mom, they're tasteful nudes. It's art. Your hairy is a gorilla, so I have to shave it. Right, so, see, chat, I didn't learn about this whole hair thing. I didn't realize how unhairy I was until I learned that most guys have ass hair. I was like, what? You got that there? You got ass hair? Bro, what are you, that sounds like a nightmare. And they're like, it is. You don't? They're like, no. Will you be playing Rise of the Ronin? Possibly. Like I said, I wanted to do this first because I just finished up like 3 weeks of FF7. I didn't want to jump into another RPG right away. So maybe after I finish this, I'll give it a consideration. Or maybe I'll just wait and play it, later on this year. I don't need to play it right away because I'm not going to be making a video on it just yet. Right now, my goal is to get FF7 out, and then maybe before Stellar Blade comes out, I can like make a video on this or Alan Wake 2. I know a lot of chats will be like, oh man, he's gonna play Stellar Blade? Oh yeah, hey, Stellar Blade. Oh, the booty game. Gladly give every follicle below my chin if a man I keep wants up to. I mean, I think that's the deal I must have made with a genie while I was still in the womb or something. Like, hey, I can lose all the other hair, but nothing on my head. Gotta protect all that. I had ass hair so thick. Like, wow. I don't know if I want to like read this all the way out. You would come out as you're like, okay, yeah. I don't want to finish that sentence. I feel for you though. playing Rise of the Ronin. See, I'm turned off Team Ninja games because I tried playing that Wolon game after I finished Neo 1 and Neo 2. I did not like Wolon, and I didn't really care that much for Strangers of Paradise. And this feels like just another game made using that same gameplay engine, and I'm just a little exhausted by it. Because they're just recycling it at this point, only now it's an open world as well on top of that. So, I'm a lucky twink. True. I am. I could almost be an FF7 character if my hair was spikier. I got bodied by Lubu. Everyone got bodied by Lubu. Lubu only. I'm convinced Lubu wasn't even real in history. He's like been created by video games to be like a villain that you had to fight anytime you're in a game set in China. And he's gonna be really tough. Like Lubu, not historically accurate. Lubu in video games, basically Sephiroth. Apparently Greek men are more predisposed to having giant cysts on their ass and back due to their hair. I'm assuming that's because of more hair follicles, right? More hair follicles and You want Stellar Blade because I thrive off game. I mean, the gameplay for Stellar Blade... Isn't there a demo of that coming out tomorrow? Shit, I forgot about it. I might play the demo of that tomorrow if it's true. We might play the Korean booty game. Lubu used to be my most hated weapon for... Got my ass kicked left and right and center. You mean by Wubu and Wolong game? Yeah, I eventually rage quit that game because of it. Also, very oily skin. Well, if you're going to have a butt like that, you might as well keep it oiled. Let's be honest, though. She's probably got a great character. You need to stop, sexualizing that woman. She's doing her best to make a really good video game. And it actually looks pretty decent. It's just that, you know what? It's for the gooners. So yeah, if the demo comes out tomorrow, expect the Goom Cave to open, and we'll check that out. The Goom Cave. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna play this game. I wonder if I should play this game with keyboard and mouse or controller. You know what, I'll try it with keyboard and mouse first. Fuck. I'm dropping shit. I need like a dedicated place above my PC controllers, man. A little awkward region over. By the way, Princess Peach Showtime sold more than Dragon's Dogma 2 and Rise of the Ronin in Japan. From what I understand of Japan's sales, pretty much Nintendo is the only like game in town outside of mobile stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure like even like PlayStation, big PlayStation games don't even sell that well in Japan these days. That's one of the reasons why Sony is like dedicated to like making games for the West now. It's really just if you're a Japanese gamer, you're either playing like Nintendo, mobile, and actually PC has been growing there as well. But overall, I believe a lot of Japanese gamers have kind of like been weaning themselves off of console stuff. Does the chat ever influence your scripts? Yes, there have been times where chat has noticed something that I missed and pointed it out to me. And there's also been times where chat has come up with a line that I ended up using in a video. So, I am not above using the content chat will provide at times. I see you're using Facecam tonight. What? Okay, I had to like check. Okay, that was a good prank if that was what you just did. Because I actually had to check and see if I had a Facecam up. Because wait a minute, I don't even have a camera pointed at me. I commend you on making me paranoid for a second. I said it on YouTube? I think you misheard me because I don't think the word Facecam left my mouth until you said it and I read it. Maybe you misheard me say something about controllers or whatever. Alright. Okay, let me get this going. Alright, chat, get my recording. I'm gonna see if this, I'm gonna try using Bandicam to record this. Let me know if it adds static to my microphone though. Sometimes it does it. Cameras outside my window. Ultimate camera screen. Alright, so. Alright, I'm gonna hit record now. Let me know if this adds static. Alright, I'm now have Bandicam going. Is the audio still good? Title says gonna turn my monitor on for this, my PC monitor. As in, I'm gonna need the video game monitor on to play it. Kind of like a subtle humble brag that I normally play my games with my monitor off. Also, Pretends to Know, thank you for the 68 months, man. So close. There's crackling. Shit. Okay, we have to use OBS then. I had a feeling this game was gonna do that. I had a feeling. Alright. OBS it is. I'm glad I prepared. Is it raining on your mic? Sometimes when trying to use Bandicam to record rather than OBS, it'll introduce like static to my microphone for some reason, out of the audio. I don't know why. Alright, let's see. Midtones. You know what? This looks all good to me. Video. DLSS. Yes, please. Ultra performance. Deep learning. You know what? Sure. Give me all that fancy shit. Let's lock that to 60, please. That looks pretty good to me. Your shadow is biting your leg. You know what? I like this fiction you're creating. Party time, cut the lights. You know what? Let me turn off one of my lights here. Only one? No, both. Let me grab the other one. Bitrate connection, probably. I think it's actually because I'm using my GPU to like stream and record with. And for some reason, some games maybe use whatever I would use to process the audio. That's just my guess, though. Daddy Dart. You know what? I don't mind it. You can call me that. But it comes with consequences. Gonna have to see that report card. Daddy Dart, I got an A in math. She got a B in social studies. That reminds me of Dartigan arc. I like that I have story arcs and that you're like the lore keeper of them. Like, oh yes, let me tell you of the great Daddy arc. When chat was obsessed with calling Dartigan Daddy. For some reason that only the ancients know. Field of view 65? How about... Oh, you can't make it 69. Boo. Let's try 75. Motion blur, low, or off. Depth of field, chromatic aberration, nope. High dynamic range, depth of field. Could do with or without. I'll go with it on for right now. I called you Dartigan Daddy. Oh no, I'm doomed. You know what? Call me Daddy as much as you like. It's true. I can't deny it. I give off, even though I am not a dad, I give off massive Chad dad energy. Haven't been in Twitch chat a lot. Hey man, you don't have to apologize for not being in a Twitch chat. Of all the things you do in life, not apologizing for being on a weird ass social media website, wasting your time watching me play video games, that is not one of them. Be proud of that accomplishment. Like, yeah, I stayed away for like months this time. Alright, let us begin our journey now. Standard. For those who want to figure out everything for themselves, no extra systems to guide the player. Modern. Extra help provided to make the experience smoother and easier, including hints and helpful highlights. You know what? We'll start off on modern and then see if we want to switch to old school. I'm addicting. Am I? Like fentanyl, or am I more like crack? Yeah. Am I like a smooth, good-tasting crack, or a hard-hitting fentanyl? Also rivet. For good Friday evenings, make sure you try New York crack. Goes down smooth. I got casual weed vibes. Okay, so I'm just what you use to like get rid of the anxiety. Will Chadley still contact us? Oh, Cloud, you seem to be in the 1910s. In Louisiana, no doubt. This is an excellent time to learn about new materia.
So, your uncle. What's wrong with
Hey,
him?
it's that guy from Stranger Things.
He's possessed.
As in the devil?
Something like that. He says a dark man is following him, watching him at all times.
What do you make of it?
It's nonsense, of course. But I'd be lying if I said it
This
didn't
seems like
bother me.
way too smooth of a ride
it
for a
runs in
car
my
like this
family.
on a dirt road.
Possession?
No, detective.
They should be like
Deteriorating
jumping up and down in
melancholy.
these seats.
Practically every member of the Hartwood family is driven mad before they grow old.
Faces look a little weird. This is not a AAA game.
But
You do not
Jeremy
expect
didn't kill
full-on multi-million-dollar
Is that why
facial
he's at
capture
this
here.
setup?
Despite being convinced that he is truly possessed, he decided to put his last chips on Dr. Gray and his psychoanalysis, figuring he might stumble upon some cure.
Hmm.
You mentioned the letter.
I received a disturbing letter from Jeremy accusing the staff and all the
Yes,
other
for
patients
looking
of being
immaculate.
involved in some cult. And now they are also out to get him.
Could it
I'm
be
playing this
real?
on PC, my brother.
Or is it all just in his head?
It's a story he tells himself, Mr. Carnby. Anything to avoid the truth.
Which is?
That we're all terribly insignificant. That people mean so very little to one another. That there is no one out to get Jeremy Hartwood because he isn't worth getting.
Here we are.
Literally, it's a cigarette butt in the 1910s. That's basically what you like. Some people. Not sure where I'm going with this, but you know, in the 1910s, I don't think they had a concept of littering yet.
My uncle's
Like
not
that,
well,
we were
Mr.
turning the
Carnby.
cigarette butt to
I
nature.
want to make sure he's all right.
Then what's my part in this? You couldn't get a cab?
This shouldn't cost as much as a
I
AAA
just
game. This didn't. This was only like
Wouldn't
50
feel
bucks.
safe going alone.
This game is in the 1930s. Wasn't the original one in like the 1910s? Or
Did you
something?
bring a gun?
Yeah. You think it'll actually come to that?
No. But you might need to wave it around depending on how agreeable the staff will be.
What exactly are we gonna do when we find Jeremy?
I don't know. Let's just find him first.
This game is hideous for $60. I don't know. It looks fine to me. Alright, choose your character. Edward Carnby. Or Emily Hartwood. Jodie Comer. Okay, both these are TV actors, right? One of them I know. I don't really know much about this lady. This game is 60 in Germany, a regional pricing, man. Carnby was a drunken lout deep in debt, and Emily was beside herself with concern over her deceased uncle, huh? Right, I think I'm going to play as Carnby. Isn't like the original
Hello?
opening scene of this game like something looking out the window
Hello?
at them?
Looks abandoned.
It can't be. There has to be someone around.
Wait here. I'll go around back.
Okay, that is a solid 8 out of 10 sneeze. That was a warble effect on the second one. Powerful sneeze, chat. Powerful. That was no, yeah, that was not just a sneeze. That was a full-on gazoon tight. Look for a way inside the house. Forgot they had subtitles on, by the way. I might leave them on. I don't know. Well, wait, there's subtitle size options. If we make them small, it's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. Made by the Emperor? You mean the 40k Emperor? Pretty sure that's like a heresy to sneeze in the world of Warhammer 40k. Like, which god of like the warp did you just appease by sneezing? Is that Nurgle? That would definitely be Nurgle, wouldn't it? Heresy. Perch. Don't forget to check your notes. They're they're narrated. Journal. Okay. Carnby, why am I hearing from Gloria Allen that you got some job at the loony bin? You better not be thinking of paying her off before me. I don't want to take you for a ride. So get me my money. I'll be a Maccabean all night, so you better score some dough. So you said these are like, oh, it is voiced.
Comby, why am I hearing from Gloria Allen?
Isn't that
you
something
got
from the
some
original
job
game?
At the loony bin?
That these notes were always
You
like
better not
voiced.
be thinking of paying her off before me. I don't want to take you for a ride, so get me my money. I'll be at the Maccabean all night if you score some dough. Obed Morton.
Desetto, the old plantation building, was ready to fall, but kept alive by some starry-eyed carpetbagger called Dr. Gray. Seeing how the staff couldn't even be bothered with answering the door, Detective Comby figured they would just head inside and grab Jeremy. He just needed to open the front door for Emily first, so she could talk to her uncle.
You like my narration better? But I don't have like an old-timey accent. Or
What
do
we got
I?
Here.
Did they really have like pocket flashlights back then? Okay. That is way too bright for a flashlight back then, I felt. This is like a LED. Yeah, that, I mean, they could have had like small flashlights, but this is literally would be an LED at this size. The whatever like incandescent bulb you could fit in there would be extremely tiny and very dim. As a southern man, who do you hate more, carpetbaggers or Catholics? I don't hate either of those things. First off, I don't even know what a carpetbagger is. And I've never had reason to hate Catholics. I'm not religious. So I would say both fine in my book. First pocket flashlight was $18.99. Yeah, but was it this pocketable? This feels like it's, but I don't know. I've seen like tiny flashlights before, but they were still pretty big. Even for those times. Well, there's that Resident Evil style. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That was some, like, frame loss. A little awkward on the animation there, if we're being totally honest. Who brings only 6 bullets, by the way? Carpetbagger is a northern Yankee who moves to the south to start a business. We just call those job creators now. Bird. Missed my opportunity.
Nah, I'm not getting in there.
Wonder how this runs on console? Good question. But it's usually PC that suffers the most from bad ports these days. Looks like an Egyptian artifact down there, boy. I think I saw that one at the Met when I was there. Runs well on PS5 because that is what you got it on. Yeah, usually they make it for the PS5 first and like port it to everything else. Okay, I was just walking toward a flower game. It couldn't be that bad for you to render it. I'm using DL. Okay, me like look at my settings a little bit here. We might need to turn some things down. We just set it to high. I'm on a 4080, by the way. I just want to point that out. What a mansion, or what a greenhouse. I also had this capped to 60 frames, don't I? You know what? Let me lower that a little bit. Remember hearing a story about your Southern police class, where a German soldier POW escaped from a camp in North Carolina, and when he got house, an old woman shot him, and the old woman was remorse because she thought she had shot a Northerner.
That's one big treat if it inside a conservatory.
You gonna go eat? Hey, have a good meal, man. Have a good meal. Chad, I think I might be allergic to all of you because I feel like my nose is getting stuffy. Housekeeper's key. Is that where you normally keep it? Did you show some respect to Total Biscuit and raise that FOV? For an FPS game, I would definitely raise it to around 80 to 90. For an over-the-shoulder game like this, you don't necessarily want it too high because then the aiming gets really wonky. It can like be a little difficult to like aim at anything sometimes. If I ever hear of Cry of Fear, it's a, yeah, I've heard of it. It's the horror game that's made off Steam's old engine. I mean, Half-Life's old engine. It's also free, I believe. Free is a nod to the old tree in the original. I think I've seen if I recall correctly, I've seen like a playthrough of the original game. The villain is like part tree, right? At the end of it? Or like he's like tied up to one or something. Drink. You know, I've seen a lot of ways to like block the player. Oh no, there's a chain. I was about to say, did the potted plants keep me from going up the stairs? Ugh. You gotta burn him down. Isn't like the original game just super hard to play because you die if you enter the wrong room at times? Like here's a trap that kills you. This is the game that had a dude wielding a giant pair of hedge clippers. No, you're thinking of Clock Tower. G key is your healing button? That's a little out of the way. Alright, yeah, well, I'll cope. I'll cope.
Don't mind if I do.
This greenhouse looks exactly like the one from Nancy Drew game that takes place in an old British manor. I'll take your word on that because I have never in my life played a Nancy Drew game. Are those are usually like find the missing item kind of games, right? Or maybe point and click adventures, I don't know. I'm pretty sure most greenhouses kind of do look alike too.
Every day your silence weighs a little heavier. It's been a difficult year for everyone, and many have lost all hope. I read in the papers about people suffering. Pictures of dust.
Saying, yeah, I know there's a bunch of them, like a ton of Nancy Drew games.
I wish I knew if you were still tending the earth, or if you had turned your back against us. I have started to look for help elsewhere. I pray you will tell me if I am going down a path that you find disagreeable. With help from Baptiste and Charlotte, I found comfort in the practice of the voodoo. I have
Now that's a
long been
statement.
skeptical of that Caribbean cult, but it's been of good use to me. It seems all harmless in my book. I say some words dreamt up by the Creoles, and I carry around a small pocket of gree-gree. Nothing of this is mentioned in the Bible, of course, but the French Quarter priestess tells me it's all connected. She says the Christian God is just one more perspective on the creator of things. That's what I like to think, but the other way around, that the spirits of her faith are just aspects of you, our Heavenly Father. I am so grateful for the words you gave Mr. Hartwood. We will sing your praises at St. John's Eve. The world will be blessed soon again. Only the sacrifices of the Old Testament compare to your demands. Let it be the truth. A mother of earth, wood, and dirt. A mother of 1,000 young.
You know what? she makes a good case.
Sand, $1. Black cat oil, $1.50. Devil shoestrings, a quarter. That makes $2.75, madame.
What was that you were telling the doctor? A goat without horns. What does that mean?
Ah, you must have misheard me, madame. I said no such thing.
Please. I know I don't look like any of you, but I'm devout.
What's up, White? How
I'm
you
ready
doing?
to do what it takes.
Do not
I feel like
be
Deadly
so
Premonition would be
eager
fun to stream.
sacrifice
I
the
actually
few
own that
things you
game
have
now.
left, madam. Now please, leave my store.
A goat without horns.
Yeah, there's a lot of that got spoken that wasn't actually in text. Not sure they forgot it or not. Wait, was she just like reciting all this to like the shop clerk? Also, what store do you go to buy sacred sand, black cat oil, and a devil shoestring? I'm just saying you ain't getting one of those at a Dollar General. This secretly a Gabriel Knight game? Well, the original kind of came out during the time of Gabriel Knight. That's one of those series I've never played but I know about, and they could probably resurrect it. Some of the classic Fallout games are free with Prime and are definitely worth a try. So you mean like Fallout 1 and 2? Those are really the only two like classic Fallout games. Unless you also, I guess, count Fallout Tactics. Honestly though, Fallout 1 is a pretty flawed game. Fallout 2 is like the really good one. Looks like we're doing voodoo slander again. Considering what's going on in Haiti right now, I don't know if we need to bother slandering voodoo. You could actually set a pretty convincing, like, Cthulhu horror story right now in Haiti. Like, people are eating each other over there. Then again, there's people who got caught eating people here in the US as well, but probably a little bit more of it going on there. Gree is a protection amulet. You know, I thought that was like food. Like, oh, give me some of that gree. We don't talk about Fallout, bros. But we just did. Give me some of that gumbo. You like Fallout 4? Was there something wrong with it? I didn't play Fallout 4. Then again, I have not been into Bethesda games for a while. But, I heard people got bored. It didn't really, like, stick like Fallout 3 did. Didn't have enough, like, new stuff going for it. It just felt like, oh, there's just more Bethesda shit, only now without the charm. Rat poison.
What was that?
Uncover forbidden knowledge and sometimes even more. Guess I shouldn't be surprised when I'm looking at the ratings for the new DLC that dropped. Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, and all of them are 1 stars. Well, they actually had a trailer for the Joker DLC today. Or like the Jonkler, or whatever people are calling him. Starfield is a Bethesda game that just more Bethesda, but without the charm. Starfield's biggest issue, besides being like just more Bethesda, is it doesn't even feel like good Bethesda. Like half of Bethesda's game's charms are their jankiness. It doesn't even really have that going for it. Starfield essentially felt like a mismatched collection of Skyrim mods that they threw together and then called it a new game. It just none of it gelled well together, and I don't know why that game even exists, if I'm being honest. I don't know how anyone working on that would get excited, like, oh yeah, we're just gonna make Fallout only with like a very tiny amount of space in it. You like Starfield? I'm not one of those people. I was like, wow, exactly as bullshit as I expected it to be. But hey, if you enjoyed it, or if you got 300 hours worth of enjoyment out of it, more power to you. To me though, I don't know. Look, the last Bethesda game I played and enjoyed was Fallout 3. I played Oblivion. I even played the DLC for Oblivion. And I played Fallout 3. And after that, I was kind of like done. Because I feel like, you know what? I've kind of like played as much of this style of like an RPG that I can. And since then, I kept expecting them to like redevelop themselves and come up with something new. They just kept releasing the same game. I just went backwards. Went all the way backwards. A fool I am, chat. Yeah, we did this room. Dartigan, it's bigger now. There's more to it. Bigger is better, right? That's what we're told to believe. You know what? I once stayed at a cabin that had a stove just like this in it. It wasn't hooked up for you to use, so I'm kind of like I missed out on that opportunity. But I would like to like try cooking on something like this at some point in my life, if that's even possible anymore. Like these big ass like wood ovens. Alright, so which way am I going? Upstairs. Oh no! No! Not one of these puzzles! Okay, maybe just missing pieces. No, this is gonna be a sliding puzzle. Fuck that. Why would you have a sliding puzzle on a boiler? YouTubers, my YouTube channel out there, you'll learn about me. The one type of puzzle I hate more than any other are these sliding square puzzles. These pieces of shit. Are there any theories on what happened for what? Happened for what? Sabotage.
Please do not touch the boiler. It is working after all. While the sabotage has caused a leak, only the decorative plate has been completely ruined. Let's wait for Mr. Chance to turn up and he can take a look at the leak.
What's up, Polly? How you doing?
Mr. Waits.
No, I don't think I can get back past this until I get it fixed. Oh. You know, I'm pretty sure like steam leaking out of your boiler like that is a big problem. Just saying. Don't worry, Dart is not a slide puzzle. It's an incredibly okay. But just like me putting the things into it, that's fine. But it looks like a slide puzzle. I think we go upstairs, but... yeah, the atmosphere of the game is pretty solid. Yeah, I keep my bullets in the refrigerator as well. Safe for them to be in there. Keeps the gunpowder nice and cool at a proper temperature. Streetcar ticket. Laganape. Or Laganape. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, honestly. You're craving pizza? What's stopping you from having pizza? You're an adult, man. If you crave pizza, the only one stopping you from getting it is yourself. Thoughts about Ken Levine's next game, System Shock 2, but different? I read about it. It's like he's been on this weird tend about narrative Legos for a while. So I have my doubts. It feels like he's just gonna like, we have like, we have a bit of like an in-game director that will change events around based on what your choices are. I'll definitely be playing it, but I'm not sold on it. Got an AI who definitely isn't. Well, they've already said like the 3 people you talk to in that game are like robots. They're just more quirky versions of Shodan. But no, it's like the game will change depending. Every time someone promises like a game, it will change based on your input. It's always a massive red flag. Like, oh, I guess there'll be a few superficial changes then. But it also sounds like it might be a little bit like a roguelike in that you die and you get reprinted, so you do like another run. But yeah, well, I mean, he's been working this game for like ever since BioShock Infinite as well, so who knows. Hello. Tried sending a DM, but Twitch is asking for my phone number, which I'm not giving to them. Oh, you're talking about what, are you trying to use the whisper system on Twitch? A library. Hey, this is John Twitch. I was wondering why you're not turning on your regularly scheduled Twitch stream. I like the idea. There's this one there like, I am the official John Twitch. Dorsetto floor. Chat, you know you're loaded when you have a floor plan of your house mounted in a, well, usually know you're loaded when you have a big house, but when you need an actual map to find your way around your own home, maybe it's time to consider your house is too freaking big.
Nice.
Can I sit chat to allow verified accounts to comment? Why would I do that though? I want as many people as possible commenting. Is there someone in chat you don't like, Viva? Like this fucking bastard. Use the Piazza key. I almost called it a pizza key. Guess that is not the right key. Yeah, I've got too much. You know what? I actually probably should save my game for the first time as well. But yeah. Well, Let's Sin is talking about, you know, I'm good. I think Twitch chat is doing just fine the way it is. I don't need to make changes to it.
Sunday, June 22nd.
I would like to talk with you about your extended warranty. That joke is like 2022 meant.
Scared that he will do something.
Or it might like, or like talk about your car insurance or your car loan.
Didn't give her the latest shipment of pain medication that Waits brought from the post office yesterday.
I don't mean to put you down when you're trying to be funny. I'm just giving you critical advice on how to like improve.
Time around, so the box is just sitting there on my desk. They must have figured we had plenty of their gimmicky keys by now. I only remember seeing one lately. Grace was playing with it inside the grand parlor.
Wanted to put my head in a wall when ship stopped me in Starfield to talk about my ship's extended warranty. I didn't have that happen.
Jack knew something.
That would have been a stopping point for me if it had.
A strange rot permeating the house. She's showing us, he said, like those blots and streaks.
Wasn't being too serious. Oh no, I got your intention, and I appreciate it. I appreciate chat. Even like lazy attempts at humor, because Most of my attempts at humor are known for being a bit lazy. I'd be a hypocrite if I like get on my level, son. Get on my level. Map? This game thinks I need a map.
I need the key.
This game might actually be more key dependent than a Resident Evil game. Your videos are amazing and I love your work. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. I will have another one out for you as soon as I can. Along with a few bonus ones.
It's wedged shut.
Who would do this from the outside of their... Okay. Why is walking like an old man? I mean, I could hit the run button, but I was like letting the atmosphere build slowly, alright?
Looks important.
You do need a map? I mean, I probably do, but I wanted to pretend like I don't. Alright. I got a pizza key, so... Where's the pizza room? Oh, it's right there. It's in there. It's next to the dining room. In the stairwell. So many Silent Hill doors. Most of the doors in Silent Hill are just broken and you can never open them though. Like the door is locked and jammed. It can never be opened. Where am I? I'm in the boiler room. Okay, upstairs. Somehow I missed it. Okay, so it's like over in there. There we go. Apologize for being so late. Oh no, you're fine, man. Don't you ever worry about me. There's no such thing as being late to a live stream, alright? You arrive when you arrive. This ain't like it's your job you're showing up to. Like, I'm sorry, boss, I've had to be watching the stream since the get-go.
Oh. I need the key.
Chad, I still believe a Scooby-Doo, an actual, like, horror-based Scooby-Doo game would be freaking brilliant, and no one has made it yet.
The Great Depression. President Hoover raises tariffs on over 20,000 imported goods in an act to protect American labor. Following the collapse of the Wall Street stock market on October 24 last year, American industry has suffered greatly. Thousands of companies have gone bankrupt and left a large part of the American workforce unemployed. In an attempt to turn the tide, the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act has been signed by President Herbert Hoover. By regulating commerce with foreign countries, the government hopes to encourage the industries of the United States to compete with cheap foreign imports. Superstition on rise. New Orleans voodoo stores and spiritual mediums see increased profit during troubled times. While the market has faced hard times ever since Black Thursday of last year, voodoo doctors and snake charmers see significant rise in number of customers. With the coming eve of St. John on the 23rd, the police expect increased cult activity around Bayou St. John, the southern shore of Lake Pontchartrain. voodoo rituals in that area on the eve of St. John have a long tradition reaching back to the first snake worshippers brought as slaves from West Africa. During the 19th century, its practice was popularized by the legendary Marie Laveau and has since been embraced by many of the Creoles and the surviving aristocracy of the French Quarter. Author seeks asylum. Rumors regarding author Cassandra Beauregard making Derceto her home verified. Derceto Hospital is an old plantation building on the eastern shores of Lake Pontchartrain. While often considered an asylum for the insane, residing Dr. Elmore Lee Gray
When is this
prefers
game
to
set?
think of it
This would
as
be
a
in like the
convalescent home, a
1920s,
place
I
where you
believe.
can go to rest. The patient list is kept secret, but thought to include many of the black sheep of wealthy families.
1930 is
Because
right there
at
on the
Derceto,
newspaper in front of you,
treatment
actually.
does not come for free. Local author Cassandra Beauregard has now been confirmed by her own admission. She's been lauded as a powerful Creole voice and written many successful books. Lately,
I
it was
believe it's set in
reported from
Louisiana,
Hollywood that she has
I think.
finished a
They keep they talking about
moving picture
yo
manuscript
Creole
titled
and like yo
Slaughter
that
Gulch.
gumbo.
That
So
film
yeah,
is
where
set
else would
to
it be
hit
but
the theaters
Louisiana?
next year.
Chad, have you ever realized this accent doesn't exist anymore? You never hear someone who sounds like, ah, yes, the rumors regarding author Cassandra Beauregard making Derceto a home verified. Where did that accent go? Or is that ever a real accent and just what they put on to make it sound like for like radio broadcasts? It's a thing? Like, what region is that from? You know a guy who talks like this? It's called Mid-Atlantic. I never hear it anymore. Rubber stamp. Slaughter Gulch is a reference to the third Alone in the Dark game. It's the town where the game was set. Is that the one that's like a western, though? Hello. Like some service. Back to work, Holly. Hey, have a good night, man.
I need the key.
You have a combo of British, UK, and Northeastern. Catherine Hepburn is a great reference to someone who used that. Who's used this kind of accent. Yeah, just like I never heard anyone like. I guess I don't know. Maybe it just like fell out of practice for like using it for like people like in entertainment, because it used to be a big thing. Like everyone in entertainment used to have that voice. I feel like. This is a fake accent called the Mid-Atlantic. Oh, say well. We have two different accounts of it being fake or real now. It's taught to actors and newscasters as correct speech. Chat, we need like a name for my accent because no one can ever place it. Like, what would you... Chat, give me some possible names for my accent. This could be fun, alright?
I need the key.
You sound like a guy who would tell me about keto diets. I'm not sure whether I should be taking offense at that or not. The moo accent? The moo. I'm a true Chad, he doesn't need a map. I mean, I thought you were gonna say I'm a true Chad because of the accent. But, you know, the map thing, too. That, weirdly enough, there were a lot of dudes who try to, like... I don't think it's a thing so much anymore, but remember those, like... You ever seen, like, old, like, 80s and 90s movies or shows, like, the guy will get lost? Like, honey, why don't you use a map? He's like, I'm not lost! Getting lost was apparently a big shame on your masculinity. Like, I'm not lost, honey. Jesus Christ, give me a minute. That's where it came. Your dad was like that. I'm not lost. I know exactly where I'm going, alright? It's called being a real man. Look, I've already told you if you want to be a real man, you gotta take my $10 course. Now I'll teach you to spit on everybody.
Thanks.
What are you doing? Who are you?
Whoa, pardon me, excuse me. My name is Edward Carnby, private investigator.
Yeah, I've been robbing
Hope
you,
don't
lady.
mind, we
Stole all of your
let
ammunition.
ourselves inside.
I do mind. This is private property. You can't just barge in here.
I'm sorry about all this, but I'm looking
You're
for
not
help.
whining? I didn't say you
It's
were.
urgent, and no one was answering the door.
We can't hear you knocking anymore. None of us can.
Who is your uncle, darling?
What a strange
Jeremy.
assortment of characters
Am I
in this
right?
place.
She has that heartwood glue, doesn't she?
That's right. I'm Emily Hartwood. I just came to make sure my uncle is all right.
Well, he is unavailable right now. You will have to come back another day.
Unavailable how? Is he sleeping? We can wait.
He's lost.
Don't I know you from somewhere?
Who's your man again, Miss Hartwood?
So that's a flap
My
out,
name's
right?
Edward Carnby,
Like the 1920s
private
style.
investigator.
Splendid.
Enough! All of you, get back to your rooms. McCarthy,
She needs like a
keep
big
your eyes on
cigarette
the
holder though,
child.
instead of just holding it between her fingers.
And you two, please leave immediately.
Look, we're not here to cause any trouble. Just let us see the old man, satisfy the curiosity of my client here, and we'll be off.
What is, we can't hear you
Jeremy
knocking
has
anymore
gone
mean?
missing.
I know it's
There's
mysterious,
no need
so
to
we'll
worry,
find out
but
why.
it might be some time before he turns up. The whole staff is looking for him.
What? He ran off?
I don't have time for any of this.
One of the
Please, come
possible
back
names for
tomorrow.
my accent
All right, in
was
that case, we'll just wait in the
anti-hick.
room. You don't mind, do you? It's upstairs, right?
Wait, you can't.
Don't worry, we'll be discreet.
In the corridor. It's the first door on your left. I'll tell Dr. Gray you're here.
Excellent. Thank you, madam.
Looks like an anime flapper. Alright, how can you tell the difference between an anime flapper and a real one? Without one of them having gigantic eyes. Ooh, those frames. Oof.
All right, here we are.
Let's look around. See if we can dig up any clues.
Hey, look at that. That mirror not only like works, but it magnifies you. This doesn't feel like I'm looking into a mirror. This feels like I'm looking into like a video. It feels weird and unsettling. Maybe that's the whole point since it is a horror game, but something just feels off about this mirror. Hmm. God, this game needs a crowbar so badly.
Anything important I should look out for? Did he keep a diary?
Not that I know of.
Is that
It
a
wouldn't
human
surprise
skull?
me.
Right in front of you? Is that a human skull on the table that we should be talking about and having a conversation over? No? We're not going to talk about the human skull on right next to the fruit bowl? Is this completely normal, is it? Oh, like my grandmother had like 5. Perfectly normal in this neck of the woods. Well, you don't have a skull on your table? And like creepy zombie clay statues? Oh, that's a slide puzzle. That's definitely a slide puzzle.
Every night the dark man stands opaque at the threshold of my room.
Can't
counting
sleep
the
at night
days
without
until
my skull.
Spirit spills out of my tired shape.
I kind of low-key have
Only
always wanted a
pallid
human
mask
skull, though.
shelters my remaining sanity. Staring
Yo,
directly
just
into
being
the
honest
face
with
of
you.
that
I'm a little jealous.
demonic sultan
I always
would
wanted one
surely
for like the
sunder
mantelpiece.
time
Set it up
itself.
on a shelf somewhere.
Would he have looked the same to my father as he struggled for his life? Does his veiled face haunt my niece quite the same way? I wish so that I could rest my soul in that sunburnt convent of Teruel. Would I find you there, Juan? Or Senora Perosi, back from the beyond? Every night I hide from him, moving from one misshapen memory to another. Scenes conjured out
Some
of fantasy
Hamlet
and
Productions use a real human skull. I've read about that,
places I
actually.
struggle to even paint. I wish I understood your death, Senora. Is there anything I could do for you but bury you in that bleak necropolis? That triumphant chapel rising above the ledges and the oven vaults shall be your sepulchre, where you may rest, and I shall weep.
Hmm. Yeah, this guy's got more notes. I've been missed pages on other people's notes, haven't I? Toggle pages.
How did you first come to understand such things, Senora? How did you know that the battered boiler in the basement would lead me to Lafayette Cemetery? Or how the old upstairs clock, with its astronomical motifs, would take me to that hateful mound outside of
How far are you
Claremont
from a
Harbor?
cemetery, and do you own a
Those are
shovel?
my memories.
I'm about a
my
mile or a
past.
couple of miles away from an actual
Is
cemetery.
there perhaps a chance,
I do
if
not own
ever
a
so
shovel.
small, for me to see Tarawaya? Oh, I want that more than anything. Please, let my talisman take me there. Let me sit with Juan under his Bodhi tree. Despite having sold me that talisman, Miss Jackson, the voodoo priestess, revealed none of her secrets to me. That's why I had to travel to
Got to
Tonka.
get myself a shovel. I'm a more of a crowbar type of man myself.
Told Baptiste, my caretaker, that he would be betrayed.
So I can pry open the coffin after you dig it up.
That the one he loved would pierce his thigh with a sharp spear, and that he would be devoured by his own mother. What a terrible thing to say. The people of Deseto were becoming dangerous. They do not understand what they are doing. I must do something to stop them. I tried talking to Dr. Gray, but he confuses my worries. He's caught up in treating me. How can he expect evil to be cured with medicine and conversation? The orderlies, the housekeeper, and the patients are all deranged. They will call upon evil to enter this world. All will be lost. Everything. Unless I can find the clerk, Mr. Waite. He seems to be a clear-thinking man. Maybe Beauregard.
Yake University used to have a secret student club called Skull and Bones. Isn't that the one that all the presidents were part of? Yeah. Or something like that. And they also made a movie about it.
The dark man offered me a prison, and I accepted. I signed that miscarried contract and entered the dark pact. Everyone is safe, except for me.
The Dark Man. You have a 5th page with nothing on it. This feels like a Chad, was this journal written by Matthew McConaughey? Dark Man offered me a prison. And I accepted. Signed that miscarried contract, entered the dark pact. Everyone's safe. Except for me. Got a key item. Both bushes were a part of it? Ah. Well, it's Yale. They're always going to have exclusive clubs. That's Paul Mercier voicing Jeremy Hartwood. He was Leon Kennedy in OG Resident Evil. Oh. Really? I would not have guessed. I mean, I would not have recognized the voice. I see we have an original. Trying to think of a landscape artist. There's clearly an original, shit. I don't know much about artists, apparently. Monet, yes, an original Monet. Very tasteful. Could have also gone with that PBS guy. Oh, for fucking hell. Okay, this ain't so bad.
Hey, you know anything about this?
Hey, have a good night,
Some
Western.
Sort of talisman?
No, I
Bob
don't.
Ross? Yeah, Bob Ross.
Oh, help me out here, will you?
After this cutscene is over, I have a complaint I want to mention. That is very well thought out.
I'd be crazy too if I had this much junk lying around.
It's one I think everyone's gonna like find agreement with as well.
That's striking. I want to save this one.
This is the effect art has on you, you know.
All right, come on. I want to.
Wasn't this kind of the plot of the last Cthulhu-based game I played, that, you know, Call of Cthulhu game, where it's about like an artist calling in like Cthulhu and everything?
Yeah, I'm coming. Miss Hartwood. Emily?
This is a nice cutscene with this still frame.
What the hell is going on? Where am I?
You've entered the world of Silent Hill's Fog World, I see. Alright, here's my complaint I had in my head, and I've had this complaint for a while. Chad, have you noticed alright, there's been quite a few, like, Lovecraftian-inspired video games over the years. Chad, can you name the one thing they all have in common? Besides Lovecraftian ethos? Or mythos? What is the one thing everyone who wants to make a Lovecraftian-inspired game have in it? White people. That is very common for Lovecraft. No, it's actually detectives. You got it, Iris. Iris got it. Every one of them is always a film noir detective story. And I hate to break it to you, whenever you set a detective story in the world of Lovecraft, it's always a whodunit, and it's always fucking Cthulhu. There's never a mystery in who did it, because it's like, oh, it's Cthulhu who did it. Or whatever, like, elder god they're using. It's like they need to get away with this. I don't think there was a single detective in any Lovecraft actual written story. It was usually like a professor or a journalist maybe, or just some average guy working in a museum. I don't think any of them was like a private eye. But video games in particular, whenever they want to like do a video game set using Lovecraft inspired stuff, it is always like a detective. They really need to like move past this idea that only detectives can be like the main characters in a Lovecraftian video game. Funny because I put in a noir detective character in my short story anthology, and his noir nature is usually used as a joke. Also, it's a deconstruction, you mean? But yeah, like almost every I'm racking my brain for one that isn't like has some kind of detective in it, and like everyone I can think of, it's always a detective. Here, I'll give you one for free. All right, go the opposite route. Make the main character of a Lovecraftian story like a gangster, like this straight up like Italian 1920s gangster, and like they rob a museum or some shit, and they like steal some artifact, and then like you'll, yeah, something different. All right, that could actually work and maybe be a bit. It's a new angle on it. So there you go. There's my there's a free one, game developers. Say that could work. It could work. And you know what? I'll even make another suggestion. We need to get there's like one elder god that or an old god that doesn't get mentioned nearly as much as he should, because he would work so much better. And it's that what's the Egyptian old god, or like he pretends to be like an Egyptian pharaoh, but he like runs like a weird museum full of stuff that makes people crazy. Starts with the shit. It's been a while. No, not Yu-Gi-Oh. Fucking Yu-Gi-Oh, what? Yog-Sothoth. No, is it Yog-Sothoth? Nyarlathotep. He's like the most human of any of like the Lovecraftian gods because he pretends to be a human. Make him like the villain or something. Yeah, go with Nyarlathotep. So there you go. Prisoner, like a gangster, robs like Nyarlathotep's like curio museum. You can even have you could do some cool shit with that. Like imagine like a scene where like the gangster gets like a pair of cement shoes and like tossed off a bridge, and into the water, and while he's like down there, he like sees like weird underwater like monster shit, and then he like somehow gets free from that. There you go. It writes itself, all right? You don't need to make everything a goddamn detective. All right, I'm off my rant now. I've made my case. You just got options, all right? Just gonna tell you this now. F key is melee, and melee weapons break after several uses. Good thing I only have a pistol right now. Thank you for coming to his TED Talk. Yeah, that's right. There you go. Well, it's more like my game con talk. You've mentioned him before. He's a good choice because he actually wants to interact with people. Yeah, the other ones couldn't care less about humans. They don't even know we exist. We're so insignificant. But he's one who actually wants to screw with humans. I love detective games, but only when the game is made around actual investigations like L.A. Noire. Yeah, like another like detective Lovecraft game was that the Sunken City game. So that one was based around detective as well, like heavily about investigation. Can you pistol whip people? I don't believe I can. Alright, I'm assuming we get to shoot things now. Oh, is this Jesus? Something about this seems sacrilegious with that, like, no-face person next to it. Not that I want to, like, badmouth detectives, or, like, pulp detectives can be a good, fictional character. It's just that every game goes with pulp detectives, for, like, Lovecraft. Dredge, but there are others I've seen recently. Yeah, that one is a fishing game, but I'm not sure how much plot is there in Dredge. I haven't really played that one. You never go full detective. You never go full noir. Don't go noir-tarded, alright? Excuse me, miss. Miss. You show me the way out of this here building? Oh, ow. Shit, I can't see. Can't see. Alright, have a drink. Okay, reloading, just learn, takes a while. Vine zombies, common thing here in Louisiana. Usually plant people aren't to the middle. This game's, breaking the mold. I need a better gun. This here, like, 38 special. Here, Okay, we're no longer in a mansion. We're in the town somewhere. Do I have a map of this place? Yeah, they really are taking a little bit of, like, Silent Hill into this.
What the hell is going on?
There's just a touch of Silent Hill. It's alright. You know, like, actually a Silent Hill game that's a prequel set in, like, the 50s would be pretty interesting. Oh, yes. Alcohol from the trash. Favorite of mine, local custom here. Johnny the Conqueror.
Don't let him get inside, Carl Bear. They're not the good kind.
Are you... Is this your store?
There are no owners here. We both strangers in Jeremy's story.
Jeremy did this. How?
The pact with the dog man. Jeremy warned us, but we didn't think much of it.
I'm Detective Edward Carnby. I was hired by Jeremy's niece to find him.
Oh, yeah? How much she paying you?
$150.
She's sure getting her money's worth tonight. Are you a thinking man, compare?
No, not if I can help it.
You know, I think Jeremy's hiding in a way we can't find him. He has this juju necklace that guides him.
The talisman?
That's right. It's some magic charm he got from Miss Jackson down the street.
The voodoo priestess?
You know surprising things, compare. Yeah, the Mama Loa.
Yeah, the voice acting in this game is pretty solid.
I locked the gate to save her place from all the ghouls and goblins getting inside. Maybe if you go there, you can find some clues to show you the way.
Thanks. I'll have a look.
Hey, mind if I have one of your lizards? Classy. Oh, I can have one. Oh, no. Take one of my snakes. I've got plenty of them. You know, I thought this was going to be like a bakery. Didn't think it's like, oh, it's like a voodoo shop. However, I know some people who would love to come here. You know what? I would love to come here just because then I could say, hey, I've been to a voodoo shop. They had like lizards and like vials of liquid on sale, man. John is an African prince, son of King of Congo, said to have ridden a giant crow called Old Familiar. He was sold as a slave in the Americas despite his enslavement. His spirit was never broken. He survived in folklore as a reluctant folk hero, sort of trickster figure. Oh, is that what his store is named after? Thanks for the history update. I didn't know that.
You want to come along?
Nah.
For a 1930s Southerner, a main character is surprisingly not that racist. Well, he might not be Southerner. He doesn't sound like he is anyways. He might be from out of state. Also, not everyone from that era was racist. There's definitely a lot more of them. And openly so. But not everyone you would encounter would be. Maybe this guy is just like a consummate professional. Also, probably not a good idea to spout off racism when a big guy with a hammer is like right behind you. Just as like a nod, like, you know what? It pays to be friendly sometimes. Would be funny to have an openly racist main character in a historical game. Yeah, they'd probably want to like tailor that though by having them like come around by the end of it. Or like by some point. I mean, you did have Waka. He have like the final solution against the Albed. Like, I hate them Albed, y'all. That's sort of like that, but you know, that fictional racism doesn't hit as strong, does it?
I can't go that way.
Damn Albed, they're mocking up. I just want to play blitzball, man. I don't know why I'm putting man in there. Waka never says that. He's like, brother. Just want to play blitzball, brother. Okay, well, before we go down there and see what that's all about, let's go down this way. It's already bloody, though.
Nice.
Combat in this game is a little hard. How was the Louisiana experience? Well, they're getting the setting right, I believe. Definitely getting that pretty well. It's like Louisiana plus Silent Hill at this moment, though. Speaking of Silent Hill, that's going to be the first Classic Sin video for those who don't know. I already got it finished, by the way. Pretty good. Louisiana hills. Well, Louisiana is not known for hills. Quickly throw the... Items can be thrown at enemies or used to distract them. Tap Q to quickly throw an item. Doesn't work. Tap... It said Q, right? Unless it's some other item I haven't picked up yet that I can throw. Magical axe and a plow he got from the Devil's Daughter. Sounds like he could make his own main character, but you know what? Let's just go shoot this dude. Tap Q and quickly hold Q to aim. Q does nothing, game. I want to point this out. I am tapping and holding that Q button. Not a thing. Have to stand near it. Stand near what? Oh, that thing. Okay. I didn't even see it. Alright, this is why we need the yellow paint. You know, this guy's taking this all really well. Well, that didn't help me much, by the way. Okay, we have any more? No? Assuming I can't fight this thing. Hey, look at that. Great bit. Thank you for the Prime sub. 17 months. Yo, Dartigan. Good to see you on YouTube. Love the Final Fantasy streams. It was epic. You know what? My pleasure, man. The YouTube stuff went really well. I was very surprised with how like easy that was to like stream to 2 platforms. Didn't really have nearly as many technical issues I thought I was gonna have. And you know what? We've made new friends along the way. Haven't we, YouTube guys? We've gotten to know each other so well. It's like I feel like I can smell you even. Well, that's actually doable. For some of you. But you know what? It's a good musky odor. How do I get out of... Okay, I was like crouched for a very long time there. I like that they put all these like little bells you can ring along with bicycles for like no reason. I guess you can like attract enemies with them later.
I can't go that way.
If I ever get that game because I am stuck on that stupid race in the first Mafia... are you playing the remake of it? I hate to say this, but I beat that race on my first try. People were telling me how difficult it was, but when I played the remake of Mafia 1, like, beat it no problem. Love all around for us YouTube guys. I love both my audiences. I have no favorites. You guys are... Yeah, I like that actually both audiences have their own different feel to them. Or it seems like it's developing in that way. Because Twitch is like a bunch of people who've like known each other for years now. It's like a group of friends who kind of like come and hang out. And like have a video game on the background. YouTube is like developing in a way, it seems like it's more like somewhat, you know, it hasn't really defined itself entirely yet, but it's getting there. But it feels more like a public area where people just have discussions. And like, you know, not so much like the friendship group. But maybe it'll go that way eventually. Gonna have a Twitch versus YouTube game night one of these days. You know what? Not a bad idea. The gumbo is getting a bit thick these days. Finally prove who's the superior, chat. We don't need any like battle for superiority here. Because all that matters is the streamer is in control. You also have a dodge key. Press space to dodge. Oh, you're right. You gotta tap it really like twice though. Oh no, that's good. Alright. Something the game should have probably told me. Pick up the bullets already. Hmm. I was standing right there, chat. Oh, I don't like it. You know what? If you got that fear of worms, this is not gonna be an enemy good for you. Extra gross. You know what? Gross is good though. Gummy worms? Well, I've never been a fan of gummy worms either. Make for good fishing bait. Go on that fishing trip. You get a line and I get a hold. We'll go down to the fishing hole, baby. Juju. Thought this was like one of those things you put your kite string around for a second. You get a line and I get a hold. Sorry, that's just like an easy song to sing. Juju is a magical talisman? Yeah, I know that much, but at first I thought, oh, it's a kite string.
She's got any information on Jeremy's talisman. It's the talisman, like the one in the painting. Clue.
An old talisman, shaped over centuries. The engraving of the numbers looks to be less than 100 years old. The base could be from antiquity, the polished black sunstone. It's blue, not black. In the middle has a glass finish and occasionally gives the impression of hiding a picture within itself. That's our first clue, blues. Now what will we do? You know, I saw a post from that original, like, Blues Clues guy recently on Reddit. Maybe it's just the one from Reddit posting, like, I forget what it was, though, but I kind of just always, every once in a while, remember that was a show that existed.
I think it's meant for the talisman.
Always drink your
I think it needs numbers.
Ovaltine.
Like coordinates. Maybe there's something in Jeremy's notes.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna look around this room first game. You hold your horses. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. We're all gonna play Blues Clues because we're really smart. But some of us are smarter than others because we're all born dumb. All right, 358.
It's showing something. A place? Where is that?
There's a couch with a quilt on it.
Huh.
The frame rate's really bad. This door just opened and it looks like it's that, you know, the inside of that lady's refrigerator from Ghostbuster. You know, speaking of Ghostbuster, did anyone ever play that Ghost Hunter game on PS2? That's one of those like so obscure games that was actually really good for its time. But almost no one bothered playing it or even heard of it.
Detective, I was wondering when you were going to show up. Mrs. Thompson told me you were here. I understand you are working for Jeremy Hartwood's niece.
You did? I'm gonna have to stream that at some point.
So, I mean, you're not wrong. We came here for her uncle. I just didn't expect.
Is the Xbox 360 version the same? I think so.
Right?
That's right. You don't happen to have some identification, Detective. I'm not keen on having strangers prying into my business. Oh, Detective Edward Carnby, Decatur Street, New Orleans. Enjoying the Vieux Carré, Detective? Those old French quarters, the voodoo people, the gangsters. I'm sure you live an exciting life.
Well, it's not quite like the stories, Doc. Just trying to make a living.
Aren't we all making a living? Well, welcome to Deseto, Detective. I hope your time here will be useful. Now, what can I do?
How's the Stranger Things actor doing voice acting wise?
He's telling me where I could find Jeremy Hartwood.
Why wouldn't that make for a short visit? I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid I don't know. A drink, Detective?
Anything brandy.
Oh, you do belong in the French quarters, Detective. Armagnac or cognac?
You know, just give me the cheap stuff. I'm not much.
What's the difference between Armagnac and
Having
cognac?
low standards is not a virtue, Detective. Let me see if I can broaden your perspective.
What can you tell me about Jeremy?
I wouldn't want to go into details about his condition. Doctor-patient confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Sure, but he is crazy, and he's gone missing. Why?
Here, try this.
Ooh, it's good. Got a bite?
It's called a sidecar. The trick is not to be afraid of the tartness of the lemon. Then, for goodness sake, don't overdo the triple sec.
They're from different regions of France.
What
you
can you
Philistine.
tell me
I don't
about
know about
Jeremy?
drinks because I don't drink.
Well, let me think. He is an
That's why I was
anxious
asking,
man,
'cause I was curious.
constantly worried about
My kid,
events
by the
not
way.
presenting themselves according to his model of predestination. He complains about things not being carried out in the right order, and that some things simply shouldn't be. Is any of this helpful to you?
Not really. I was hoping for some direction where to look next.
I'm sorry. I have nothing for you then. You should talk to my orderlies.
Does this guy
They have been
exist only
looking for
in
him for a
Carnaby's head?
while now. I'm sure they would appreciate your help.
It's like our mind palace, maybe?
Yeah, I ran into Batiste earlier. Come to think of it, he might have given me a lead.
Oh, excellent. So your investigation is already underway.
I'm gonna go, but I'm sure we'll meet again.
Looking forward to it. Safe returns.
I mean, he just appeared out of nowhere when we, like, did the thing. We, like, walked through a glowing door. You walk across the hall, you can find Sebastian from Evil Within.
Detective Carnby, how did you... Where did you go?
I was just talking to Dr. Gray.
You disappeared.
No, it's not what you think. Have you found anything strange going on here?
Yes. Everyone is being incredibly evasive and I can't figure out why.
No, I mean something you can't explain. Paranormal, even.
Detective, I really need you to get yourself together. I can't do this alone.
Forget it. I'll figure it out.
Do you want to come see Dr. Gray?
No, I want to try something. With this talisman, I think I can follow Jeremy to the place he mentioned in the book. What was the name? Do you remember something Spanish? Teruea. Yeah,
Puta?
that's where I need to go.
Papi? No, that's the only Spanish I know. I'm sorry.
Are you gonna be alright?
Yeah, of course. Go talk to Dr. Gray. We'll rendezvous later.
So, I'm getting the really feeling that I will have to play through this game twice, once as each character, because they seem like they have diverging paths through it. Cognac is made with one type of grape. Almanac is made
brought me
with
back
like
from
10.
the French Quarter in the blink of an eye. If Jeremy can travel so easily, then he could be hiding anywhere, even Teruea. If he can do it,
for those
so
of you who
can
don't
I.
know, I've never really been
I just
much
need
of a
to figure
drinker.
out how the
I have like a
talisman
drink
works.
every once in a while, but I'm practically still pretty ignorant when it comes to them. Never really got into it. Well, this depicts a pretty dark scene. Arrival of the Union captain. Also probably a pretty dark scene. You play as Emily, it's pretty much the same cutscene, but the characters are... Oh, okay, never mind. Then maybe I only had to play through once. I was getting a little worried there. Broken plates.
Paul, you're right about the plates on the boiler and the clock. They have been sabotaged, and I think I know who did it. They have something to do with Jeremy's episodes and how he seems to disappear at night. Right now, it's important that you keep an eye out for any of the pieces. I want to find out if I can repair the plates. Let me know if you find any of them. Lottie.
Resident
Tell
jank. Yeah,
Lottie
there is
to
some
take a
jank,
look at
but
the
I kind
well
of
in
figured
the
there was going to be
kitchen
jank in this game. Like literally the trailers for this game almost never showed a stable frame rate. When they can't even get a stable frame rate in the trailers for their video game, you know it's not going to be like, smooth running. They got it to an acceptable area, like, yeah, we can ship it now. Take a look at the well in the kitchen garden. I've seen it. Seen what's down that well.
Dr. Elmore Lee Gray is DeSeto's chief doctor. Accounting and all administrative work is handled by me, Paul Waits. Magdalena Thompson, or Mags, is responsible for the household. Jean-Baptiste and Charlotte Tabois are responsible for keeping the guests' medical regimens in check. Finally, Jack Chance is our gardener, who can occasionally be seen in the conservatory, but is for the most part busy outside. There are currently 6 guests at DeSeto. Malcolm McCarthy and Ruth Tallant reside on the first floor. Jeremy Hartwood,
I'm pretty sure in the
Elizabeth
original
DeRosa,
game, it didn't really have a
Ray
bunch of
Saunders,
characters who lived in the
and of
mansion, did
course,
it? It's just
Cassandra
mainly a bunch of
Beauregard
monsters.
live on the second floor.
Yeah, so they've expanded upon it. Oh, the room key. Gotta eat dinner? Hey, have a good one.
Saw your notice in the boiler room. You should know Mr. Chance won't be coming back. I got no business being in there myself, but you can take a valve from the wine cellar if you want to try to stop the steam pouring out. Be careful.
You never played the first two? I've seen like playthroughs of them, but it's been a while. I mean, I think it was like Retsu Prey I watched play through it.
I need the key.
Or technically I'll watch Retsu Prey, watch a Let's Play. Okay. Got a Rorschach test.
Cassandra Beauregard, the beloved author. Very exciting, isn't it? What do you want to put down for reason for admission?
What her agent told us. Cassandra suffers from writer's block and needs to finish her moving picture script before the end of June. Mr. Chardot suggests
Hey, should we come up with a
Cassandra's
less
heavy
wordy
use of
name for these moving
barbiturates is
picture
holding
things?
her back and risks ruining her career.
And how should we summarize her personal history?
Introduction to The Alone in the
Let's
Dark
keep it
was a new
short.
nightmare. Was that the one on
Cassandra
Dreamcast?
Beauregard is a beloved crime author who managed to pull herself out of poverty and into stardom. 5 years ago, she tried killing herself by jumping off a balcony. The incident left her a cripple, and now relies heavily on her wheelchair.
And for
On Xbox
diagnostic
360. Oh, that
impressions?
one.
Cassandra
there's one on
suffers
Dreamcast.
chronic back pain following her suicide
That
attempt.
plays more like a Resident Evil
She
game.
self-administers morphine to keep herself ambulant, but has become addicted, and the desired effect is now lost. The drug abuse clouds her mind, and she is unable to focus on
Is this a
real
re-release? No, this is like a
To save herself
complete
from
like
this
reimagining and
insight, she
remake of
instead
the
makes up
original
stories
Alone
to
in the
fill
Dark
out the
game.
gaps in her own thought process, resembling the Korsakoff syndrome.
Like the original one was released in, like
Bravo,
on
Doctor.
MS-DOS.
How will you treat her?
It's like one of the
First of
first
all, she
like
needs to be
actual horror
weaned from
games.
her drug addiction,
So it's got a
and
legacy.
hopefully
It's just
it
the
will
problem with
resolve
Alone
her
in the Dark
compulsive
games. They've
lying.
never really been that good.
Then look into permanently numbing her pain in her back through surgery. Finally, deal with her suicidal thoughts.
Fantastic. With such a short time before June, I really hope she gets better soon.
We will do what we can.
Grace Saunders, 11 years old. Reason for admission?
The mother insists on strict supervision by a proper gentleman to avoid further perversion of Grace's adolescence.
Personal
Okay,
history?
that's concerning.
Grace's family possesses modest wealth and status. Her childhood seems ordinary, spending most of her time with private teachers and family friends. Grace's father recently passed away, leaving her mother the sole caregiver.
And diagnostic impressions?
Grace has trouble dealing with her father's death. She is willingly suppressing her feelings on the matter and isn't properly acknowledging the trauma she suffered.
Any planned treatment?
Grace needs nothing out of the ordinary. She simply needs parental
Her older
guidance.
sister had the original.
Eventually, we can
You and a
work
bunch
on
of
her
your
feelings
cousins
toward her
started
father.
playing it and never got past the
Thank you,
opening.
Doctor.
Because you didn't
finish
know
the
it was a horror
paperwork
game.
and
Even
get
if
her
you known it was a
installed.
horror game, you probably wouldn't have gotten far. That game was obtuse as hell. Let's see.
Malcolm McCarthy, 54
Speaking of
years of
obtuse,
age.
what's the most obtuse
Reason for
console
admission?
any of you have ever owned?
McCarthy admitted
Like, do we have any like
himself to
Atari
Dossetto,
Jaguar or
stating
3DO
simply
owners
that
in
he
chat?
needs some damn
Someone who owns
rest.
is like a true piece
and
of shit
personal history.
that is like now
McCarthy
looked down
claims
upon
he
and
used to
laughed
work
at
as a lawyer in
and
Baton
ridiculed.
Rouge, but says he can't go into details.
I remember
because
as
of
a
some
kid,
legal
there was a time where I was like, man, this
His
Atari
background
Jaguar
remains
looks pretty
largely a
cool, that
mystery,
Alien Predator.
except for the occasional clue.
You had
that
a
he
Virtual
drops in
Boy? Okay,
conversation.
that's a contender right there.
And
Like I said, and that was a good console, it just didn't sell
McCarthy
well.
is an anxious man and an alcoholic.
You had a
He often
TurboGrafx
tells
16. Wasn't that just the
half-truths due to
PC
some
engine, but by a
deep-seated
different name?
inability
Like,
to
that was a
trust
big
other
successful
people.
console, especially in Japan.
And how will you treat that?
Sega CD,
McCarthy
that
will
one
take
definitely
some
counts.
time to open up. Spending time with Jack's dog.
Your
with a child
cousins
should
had a
be good for him.
ColecoVision.
Their
I
harmless
don't know if that
nature
was a
will help
bad
build
console. I
his
think that was just an
sense of
old
trust.
console that came from like a
Thank you,
time
Doctor.
when there was a lot more competition from like toy manufacturers and shit. Swag Genesis. I had a Sega Genesis. 3DO, yeah. 3DO and Atari Jaguar are like usually seen as like the worst pieces of shit you could ever like be gifted. Like if your parents got you one of those, you like will hate them later on. I've only ever played a Virtual Boy once when I was like a wee little kid. I went into like a shopping center and they had one on as a demo that you could play. I think it had like the Wario game on it. Dreamcast? The Dreamcast is not a bad console. That's actually like a cult classic console now. It just was another one of those that didn't succeed. And I actually own a Dreamcast right now. I'm going to mod the hell out of it. And I might even stream my modding of it because it could be interesting.
Elisabetta Perosi, 33 years old? What should I put down as reason for admission?
You know what gaming thing I liked when I was
Perosi broke into
contentious? I
Dossetto
loved
and
the
was
Lego
found
Dimensions
wandering the grand
toys to
parlor.
life game.
She was
Shit was fire. I'm
confused
tired of
and
pretending. I don't think I
suffered
ever
partial
even know anything
amnesia.
about it.
She insisted she belonged
Do you like
here
Dreamcast?
and
Pretty much
offered
everyone
to
who ever
pay
played
for her
Dreamcast
stay.
liked it.
Right.
They just let it,
What
it
do
was
you
like
make of
it,
her story?
it got blown out of the water by the
Perosi
PS2.
claims to have been a member of the
Not having a
Astarte
DVD
artist
drive on it
colony
probably
some
sealed its
20
fate.
years ago. A claim that seems contrafactual due to her young age. She looks to be and even thinks she is 33 years of age. That would make her a child at the time. It seems fair to say that Perosi's story
Play Skies
is
of Arcadia.
untrue,
That is one I've always kind of
deliberately
wanted to
so
play.
or not.
I've always heard the GameCube version, though, is
Diagnostic
slightly better
impressions?
because they
Do you
adjusted,
have
like, the
anything?
random battle rate.
Perosi's story is peculiar because she retracted
Does
her
the
story
PSP
about
count?
the
That is a
artist
handheld, but wasn't
She
that
no
a success,
longer
though?
claims to be the same person as
I know
Elisabetta
it's pretty, like,
Perosi.
decent. It was definitely
However,
never,
my
like,
staff's
played
research
as well
has
as, like,
confirmed there was a
Nintendo's
Perosi at
handhelds,
that
but hey, it
time
did for a little
who
bit.
was in her early 30s.
I suppose this case will take some time to investigate.
Always a Life game
How
and got
will
a
you go
shit
about
ton
it?
of infamously
I
famous
wanted
people to be in
contact
it.
the real Perosi, but it seems the whole colony
Commodore had a
disappeared
series of
one
terrible
night.
that was like a PC though, right? The
29th,
Commodore 64.
1915, during
A lot of people love the Commodore 64. I always
I
hear
will
like
have to
people who
take it
like had
slow
one. It's usually
and
Europeans,
figure
like
out what this
Brits,
spell of
who are like big
impersonation
Commodore
would have
64 stands.
Oh, I'm
But
sure
they'll
it
usually
will all
like talk
clear
up like, oh man,
eventually.
that was a
Thank you,
true
Doc.
golden era right there. Commodore 64 dreams. What about the Vita? That's one of those ones that just came and went, and I kind of even forgot it existed.
Ruth Talon, 29 years of age. Reason for admission?
Ruth's father wishes that his
Feelings
daughter
about old
be
plug-and-play
removed from
consoles?
New
I've never
Orleans
played any of them.
nightlife for the foreseeable future. He fears
Like,
that
I guess
her
the only thing I
overly
got that
free
could be
spirit
considered
is
plug-and-play is I have a
tarnishing the family's
Nintendo, Super Nintendo Mini.
Sounds simple enough. Personal history?
Ruth comes from
But that's pretty good.
considerable wealth. Her family owns several hotels and restaurants. Unlike the rest of the family, her sense of adventure has taken her around the world, including France during the Great War as a photojournalist. The last decade, she has provoked many rumors of being a debauched flapper,
Debauched flapper.
bordering on nymphomania.
Oh.
And diagnostic
Isn't that a fake
impression?
illness, by the way, the whole nymphomania thing?
Father's frivolous reasons for
Like,
her to
oh
be
yeah, she
admitted,
clearly suffers from nymphomania. This girl fucks.
interesting case.
Like, oh, she's got the
And doesn't shy
she's got
away
the
from talking about her
nymphomania.
life during the war or
Not
her
a good Christian
continuous
woman.
celebration after returning to the States. She is admittedly a sexual deviant and feels no remorse.
And her treatment plan?
Simply staying at Derceto should do wonders for Ruth. If not, at least for
Yeah,
her
I'm
family's
pretty sure that was like not considered an illness
Ruth
now.
doesn't
Like,
need
you
to
like
change,
sex? You
but
must
with
be
therapy,
mentally
I
ill.
might be able to share with her some sympathy towards her family. I doubt she
Hysteria,
will
yeah, it's like
settle
she's got
down
the
and become as
hysteria.
dull as the rest
Let
of
me use my medically like,
least she might try to be more
like literally for women who are hysteria, the doctor had to get them off sometimes. Like, oh, another patient with hysteria, I see. And then just, get on the table. Like, yes, it's a living. Sex addiction, yes, but it wasn't actually sex addiction. It was like any woman who enjoyed sex was like a nymphomaniac. Because, there was a period in time where it's believed women didn't, couldn't even enjoy such a thing. And it's like, good Christian women are supposed to cry and, like, ask for forgiveness when they're doing the deed.
Looks like all the patients are accounted for.
What's up,
Except
Husky?
for
How you doing,
Jeremy.
man? We read all the notes? I think we have.
I need the key.
Vibrator was invented to be a doctor's tool. Yep. Doctors really just gave them an excuse to, like, get their patients off and, like, yeah, you got an issue. I can help you with that, though.
There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone.
Took today off so I can stay home and watch stream. Really? Well, thank you. I mean, hopefully you're not losing out on money, though. But hey, appreciate it, though. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing that Stellar Blade game, I believe, if the demo comes out. That should be pretty entertaining, I feel. I feel like that's the next big game everyone's excited for. Where am I going now? I think we're supposed to go to the boiler and fix that, right? A lot of button stuff. One more common was a hysterectomy, actually. Removal of the reproductive organs. Okay, that's getting bad. That's not a good thing. It's like getting a lobotomy, only like, you know, well, actually it's very similar to getting a lobotomy, only for like the, you know, your other brain. You like sex? Time to make sure you can't do that anymore.
I'm not gonna walk out of this now. I need to help Emily save her.
Stop, don't open that door. Yeah, that leads back that way, which I don't think we need to go. This area was named after the hysterectomy and its most recognized medical solution. Oh, it's, you know, some modern art, chat. This is beginning to feel like we're in the house from Beetlejuice, and these are going to come to life at some point.
Oh.
This has not been child-proof, like you don't want to bring your newborn into this place.
It's stained. Looks like some kind of rot. This must be the clock that Jeremy wrote about in the commonplace book. Huh. Looks like the plate that held the talisman in the seance room. But it's broken and missing some pieces.
Hmm. You know, wish everyone a good night. Bleeping God, you have a good night, man. You need to learn how to post comments? You're good, man. You're right there. I see you. You're doing a good job, alright?
Yeah, sorry, Detective. Didn't mean to obstruct justice or anything.
That's fine.
You know, I'm kind of busy with my own case of a missing person. I was wondering if you've seen Grace, girl about yay high?
I can't say that I have. Why are you asking?
Well, I'm looking for her.
Is she in trouble?
No. She's just hiding somewhere. But we can't have a rascal like that running around unchecked at a time like this, you understand?
Well, I haven't seen her.
Well, let me know if you find her. I'll be around. I'll keep an eye out for your man.
I didn't name this stream
Jeremy.
Alone in the Dark. You're slipping, man. I saved that one for tomorrow, or like the next time I play it.
I'll scratch yours.
Famous blues, female blues singer, Ma Rainey once sang I Got Nipples. Oh, I've actually heard that song. Yeah, I've actually, you can find that song on YouTube, I'm pretty sure. You got a bottle of Jaeger. I don't like that he's looking for a young girl. I just gotta point that out. Like, you're very intoxicated, man. I'm looking for this young lady. I'm gonna raise some red flags.
Emily's here. Emily's here. Emily's here.
Have you heard about the Marvel Overwatch? I saw a trailer for it. It did not look good. Then again, I'm just not into that type of game anymore. I had my fill with Overwatch and I think I'm done with it. Oh wait, wrong way. Oh god, it's so easy to get turned around in this game. Hello, Dartigan. Hey, Zakala, how you doing, man? Chump. Yeah, I'll take that pin. Anything not nailed down is mine. Doom 3 is more alone in the dark. Actually, you're never alone, though. There's always something there with you. Amazing stories. Yeah, there's far too many locked doors in this game. Holy crap. Not everything needs to be like, okay, you're going to have to get a key for this one. I forgot which Silent Hill it is, but the little girl remembered the protagonist's wife. That was Silent Hill 2. Where the brats, well, you know, the brats like kicking the keys away from you. I don't know. And then locks you in a room with a monster at one point.
I need the key.
Okay, I need more keys. Have you thought about streaming Resident Evil 7 in VR? I've thought about streaming Resident Evil 4 in VR because I do have the PlayStation VR headset. So that is doable. However, I would probably need to make that, I wouldn't be able to read two chats while doing that. Because the way you read chat in a VR game is like you have to like tie it to one of your hand motions and you pull it up and read it. So I would only be able to read one chat, so I would probably only stream it on one platform, so I wouldn't dual stream it. And since I've already streamed Resident Evil 4 Remake on Twitch, I'd probably make it like a YouTube exclusive stream if I did that. Alright, I guess we're going back down... Wasn't there like a stair? Yeah, we're going back downstairs.
I need the key.
Or not. This is this room, and this was over here. Is it that way? Hell, YouTube for the win. Okay, you don't get to go bragging about it. Look, you brag about it, I'll like do it on Twitch. Like, go rub it in. I haven't even decided if I'll do that yet. Wasn't there like a stairwell door right there? Let me go downstairs. I guess they locked everything since I came here before. Let me go back this way. So we need to put that ladder up. You know you love us. Well, I love everyone who will like share their time with me. Anyone who wants to like sit around and like watch my dumb ass play a video game is cool in my book.
Lost Plantations of Louisiana, Thierry Briclot, 1917. Deseto was a small plantation on the eastern
Where the hell's
shore of
Evil
Lake
Within 3?
Pontchartrain.
I don't think Evil Within 2 sold very well.
Difficult for industry,
That probably explains your
sold
answer.
for only $30 to Elijah Pickford in 1818. Pickford employed hundreds of workers from nearby New Orleans to clear the woods and build a small plantation mansion facing the lake with a striking Greek Revival temple facade. Deseto kept a modest production of barrique tobacco and indigo that persisted up till the Civil War. During the
Fucked us
antebellum
YouTubers
era,
ever? No, you're good, man.
Deseto
You're
was
good.
the source of many rumors concerning
I was just joking about that.
voodoo
Like,
and
you know, I'll make a Twitch.
People who traveled the lake reported seeing people dance at night in front of bonfires, bleating and wailing. On June 17th, 1862,
No, I
Captain
don't know.
J.W. Norton
I don't
of the
think
Union Army
with
recounts
the way
leading the
Microsoft
raiding
is
party
going
of
now, they
ships
own everything.
anchored in Lake Pontchartrain
Especially like everything
in order
Bethesda
to
Steel
seize
made.
control of
I don't
Deseto
expect an Evil
and
Within
free
3.
the slaves working there. The captain was surprised to find the workers fighting back with unprecedented zeal. Norton's account describes these men and women
There is a little bit
as
too much reading in this game.
enraged with
Well,
fanaticism.
listening, I guess.
Pickford reportedly tried to placate the raiders, but was shot in the confusion. Captain Norton left the mansion burning and retreated to his ships with his men. Deseto was
Evil
left in
Within 2 was
ruins
good.
for
I don't
several
know.
decades.
It definitely had improvements over
ownership
Evil
of the
Within
land
1,
was long
but the tone
disputed
was so
and
radically
returned to the
different, I
Leduc
just didn't
family
like it
in
as much.
1901. Several
Like the
police
switch to like a
reports
mini
were
open
filed
world,
during the
plus
following
they got rid
years
of most of
as
the
the
gore
Leduc
that the
tried to
first
get
game
rid of
had
a
tons
camp
and tons of.
squatters on their land. The police made several visits to remove the trespassers, but the people kept returning.
I don't know, I guess I kind of like the more schlocky nature of
Inspector
Evil Within
Leras
1,
of the
despite it
police
having
charged
plenty
a
of
deadly
issues.
attack in order to save several children kidnapped by the squatters. Many were killed.
What's up, Dartigan? How's the scary of the game? This game is not scary even remotely.
The following year, Ledoux rebuilt
It's got a good
the
atmosphere, but if you, this
incorporating
game,
the
I would play this game
surviving
expecting to be like,
stone
oh,
foundation and
you
adding a
got me, video game.
magnificent
You
wrought
scared the
iron
bejeebies out of me.
The farmland had been reclaimed by the surrounding
The Evil
woods,
Den was a horrible
so
game. It
was
wasn't
no longer
great.
profitable to
It definitely
use
had a lot of issues. I'm not saying it was like
the house was turned into
I
an
remember
artist
sitting the hell out of
colony.
that game. One of my very
The
first
Astarte
early
Artist
videos.
Colony was a successful group of artists,
But you know, it had its
including
moments.
figures such as painter Heinrich
Some of the
Cassin
character enemy design
and
was really
poet
good.
Nora Keith.
Like that boss fight against like the creepy
also
lady,
known
spider
as a
lady, that was
beloved
exceptionally
Mardi
well
Gras
done.
called the Pirates of Pontchartrain. On September 29th, 1915, a tropical hurricane tore through Louisiana,
Held us
causing
over until the
Lake
Resident Evil
Pontchartrain to
games started
flood New
coming back.
Orleans.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at
Due
it.
to the remote location of their settle,
Holy crap, this
it
is
took
still going.
almost 2 weeks for outsiders to learn that the artist's colony was abandoned. The 12 residing artists had all vanished without a trace. The empty mansion of their settle still stands on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain, with much of its temple facade intact. The Ledoux family currently has no
At this point,
intention
this game
of
is just like
repairing the
listening to
house.
Audible. Which audiobook do we want to listen to today while we play the video game? You might want to bring back the jump scare star wipe during scene transitions. For what, this game? So far, not a single jump scare. And I don't think I'll be bringing back the star wipe, jump scare, sin anymore. Or at least not the star wipe thing. It would, yeah, it's been too long. Hey, give me that.
Ooh.
Break glass. Take. No, doesn't work that way. Have a good stream. I will do so, Mike. Will do so. This game was developed by Europeans, wasn't it? That's for some reason, it definitely has that feeling of Euro jank. It's a very specific type of... Look, I just tried to open the door, alright? It's a little much for your security system. Fast shit. Are we walking through tall? Well, yeah, well, that was the game's first technical jump scare. Night, hey, Garrus, have a good night, man. Oh, literally, what was the point? Like he's
What
trying to
happened?
open the door. Hit him.
Everything's normal again? Right. It's wedged shut.
To scare me, they failed. Yeah, that's just a room I've been to before. Try that door again, but look at the bottom. One that's wedged shut. It's like, I guess you need a special tool to get rid of wedges. They got you for $50? What, for this game? Hey, that's a tax write-off for me, buddy. So it's not as, it doesn't bite as much. I've spent money on games like, yo, like, trust me, I've bought some real pieces of shit. I'm hearing a radio want to play. Anyone ever watch John Oliver? Every once in a while, but not. I don't really make a point of it. Well, I'll watch like a segment. Okay, let's see if we can kill bird. That definitely looked like a dead bird, but it doesn't exist anymore. It just like exploded into feathers. Mummified cat? What the hell? Like, pick that up. God knows. Follow the god who shit. But first, put this up. Horror is hard to nail because you need to establish danger as well as tension, and have no danger for too long because eventually it just jump scares and random bloody floors or walls. Yeah, it's pretty good, you know, establishment of it, I think. What a hose.
Okay.
You have to also, horror requires, I think, a good horror game. But every game requires good pacing, but I feel like a horror game, above all other genres, requires the tightest of pacing for it to actually work. And if you have sloppy pacing in a horror game, it just like destroys any chance of it being good, or even like calling itself a good horror game, anyways. Okay, so we're gonna flood that open once we find the valve. What? Okay, there's something in there. Could be a cat, right? Come here, little kitty. Psst, 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 psst. Hold up, this shadow doesn't make any sense. What's causing the shadow here? This barrel is like... it's got no top to it. It's just like an amorphous blob of darkness. With a pair of eyes. Jank, yeah, I know, but you know what? I still gotta point it out. I mean, I'm literally shining my light on it. If it's a shadow, it should no longer be shadowed. I got a flashlight on this bitch. You want to attack me? No, you're just there to be creepy, aren't you? I think it's actually just an art project. Picked up the broken plate. Do you mean art installation? Art project, art installation, both the same thing. Alright. I think we just go up this way and go put that in the clock piece. Need one more. One more.
I need the key.
Okay, we need to find room 6. I'm assuming that's where the next one is at. Can't get in there. Hmm. Thing's locked currently. This game needs a few dashes of pog on pog on pog. You know what? That's a franchise still owned by Nintendo that they will do nothing with, sadly. Is there a fight with a mutated chicken like in the original? So far, we've only fought like a worm thing and regular like zombie, like plant zombies. No mutated chickens yet, I'm afraid. Eternal Darkness stream? Well, I've already played Eternal Darkness on stream a couple of years ago. But if I wanted to do a video on it, I'd need to record it because I didn't record it back then. Would make for a pretty good Classic Sins video, wouldn't it? Plombies? Now that is like an adorable name and I applaud you for coming up with it. A Plomby. No, an Irby. An Irby. Like, it's herbal? No, it's worse. Clearly worse than Plomby. What is that about? Eternal Darkness? It is another Lovecraftian inspired game, but it's definitely takes a more like Lovecraftian like writing style because you play as several characters throughout history as they each like had to like battle against this like evil force, some of them even like dying along the way. And eventually all just to help like the person in the the main modern times defeat it finally. And then pretty good game overall. Also has a skeleton Roman. That too. Meant the camera icon where you were next to the bear. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Nostra, have a good night, man. Have a good night. Where am I on the map, by the way? Okay, so I can't get over there, can I? Yeah, this is locked. I didn't see anything on the bear. I think you were just seeing things. All right. So I think I need to go back to the boiler room. Icon is green, you have the item. Yeah, but I like that's what I was looking for. Like I need to get over here, but I need to find the way to get over there because the ways to it are locked. Like the only way through it is like there's like a secret room right there, I guess. They get you into the gallery and out to it. I'm not really sure where that is. But I don't know. Hmm. Maybe I could just jump off the side of the gallery. So, which room did I miss in here? You know, hitting the M key should bring up the map. I shouldn't have to go into, like, hit I first. Okay, maybe I just missed that one. I'm blind, alright. I admit it.
Huh. How eccentric. Starting artist colony. I remember hearing about their disappearance. Must have been 15 years or more now.
What would modern day Eternal Darkness sanity effects be? Detecting you were streaming and pretending... No, you could take it even further. You could have it like... you could... Well, it would require you to like do some stuff that's super obvious, but if you really wanted to drive people crazy these days, you'd like have to like enter your like... your Twitter handle, and then it would like tweet at you. Or something, I don't know. Something stupid and like that. I mean, sanity effects wouldn't really work these days. Because modern TVs don't even work that way that they did when Eternal Darkness came out. Yeah, that's just one of those kind of games of its time.
Will I need to remember how to get them out again? They are locked up for good reason.
What's good? What's up, Best Spaghetti? How you doing, man?
She is still able to whisper the answer.
Turn your webcam. There actually is a game that I think will do some stuff with your computer. There's a couple of games that'll mess with your computer out there. There is one that even gives you a warning that it'll display files from your computer that it can find.
No more.
It has like a dedicated like, hey, do you sure you want to play this on a stream?
Those good pirates of Pontchartrain. May you still sail the lake.
A new Eternal Darkness would have a single dead pixel on this screen, just a messy. Oh, that's evil. That is fucking evil. You, not today, Satan. Not today. Ain't letting you get away with that one. You go back to the abyss where you came from. Heard so much about this game, but haven't seen much feedback. How am I like? Atmosphere is good, however, it is a very slow-paced game. You do a lot of reading and investigating and stuff like that, because, you know what? That's what European devs like to do in these type of games. So far, I think I've only killed, like, 3 or 4 enemies in the game. And I don't think it's going to change. But you know what? Atmosphere is pretty solid.
What are these symbols? Looks like alchemy, or star constellations.
Press tab to zoom in on the books. And yeah, I'm still looking around, don't worry. Is this David Hayter? No, this is the detective cop guy from Stranger Things.
I did it! I crossed the thresholds to my intended destination without a focusing device. My talisman now knows these roads, and I have no need for the plates. I can find my way to Lafayette as easy as I find my own room. I visited the grave of my father and seen the oven waiting for me. Thank you for opening these doors. I now must summon my courage and go back to that hateful mound outside the oil rig. I hope you'll be feeling better when I return. Jeremy.
Voice acting seems the point. Yeah, voice acting has been pretty stellar so far. That guy even said the proper way of saying oil in like southern. It's not oil, it's oil. That oil rig.
These paintings got some grim-looking rot on them.
Complete the shape with the rot paintings. Okay, the game just straight up told me how to do this one. Okay, Jank, stop it. I'm trying to, like, click this properly. Thank you. No, I'm looking at that one. Yeah, this seems right to me, but maybe it isn't. There we go. I heard magical sound effects. Did that actually do anything for me? Can you only flip, not rearrange? No. Well, I've already completed it, but I don't know what it did for me. Sculpture on the table is called a pieta. This has no relation to the puzzle. Just wanted to, you know, yep. Plastical form of art. Let's see. Okay, I guess these are the names I need. William Argus. Two. I'm guessing I need this for my code or something. Franklin Mossig and Nora Keith. Franklin and Nora. Alright. So this is 294. This doesn't have numbers on it. Why don't you act like a tree and get out of here? Because I need to solve the puzzle, that's why. If I can even solve it. I think I might need like a way to like translate those numbers and check the journal you just picked up. Which one was that? Okay, I think this is it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 2 would be the circle with a little U on it. 1, 2. Okay, 69 is 4. Right, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so we need circle with U, boat anchor like thing, 69. Circle U, boat anchor, 69. Circle U, boat anchor, 69. Does this one not have it? That must be wrong then. Press tab to zoom in. Tab does not zoom in. Unless you mean like that, but I'm not sure what I'm looking at here. Oh yeah, I know I need the thing in there. I already saw that. But I need to get this open. On the book? What about it? Good morning. What's up, my guy? How you doing? How you doing? The journal? Wait. Oh, okay, wait. This is one? Hold up. Okay, that's so weird that it started. Okay, okay, I was reading from up here. All right, one. All right, so what was it? It was like 249, right? Okay, so I need like W. Well, double U's, I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we need the U with line. Yeah, I still need that one, but that'll be the one at the bottom. All right, so. Double U's, circle with U, and U with line. Double U's. Okay, okay. Two boomerangs, and then circle, onk, something like that. Shit, these are harder to remember. Let's go ahead and get this one because I remember this one. This one was this one, right? There we go. We solved puzzle. Now we can activate Big Mystic Claw.
Huh?
The Baja Blast Chamber, I see. Excellent. I want to lick the walls. Chat, when did we all decide that, like, sudden string instruments are, like, the true essence of horror? Okay, do I shoot him or what? I don't really have enough bullets for shooting. Just walk around. Hey, you literally see the worm pile appear on the ground before the animation of the stuff falling onto the ground. Is that all in my head, or was that real? Oh, it's an illusion. I guess they are trying to be a little authentic to the original game, because the original game did have weird moments like that where it would just spring stuff on you, didn't it? So I guess you gotta give them a little bit of credit for, like, you know what, we're just gonna like spring random weird stuff on the player.
I think I've seen this somewhere.
X and Z. Oh. Okay, I think the journal probably had like an image on it, right? One of them did, maybe? Okay, never mind. Let's see. Not that.
There was something in the commonplace book about this.
Shush, game. Shush. Okay, that feels correct to me. But I guess then, like, maybe it needs to be, like, you know, in a different, like, alignment, but it's all lined up with each other. But maybe it needs to be pointed in a different direction. Alright, let me look at the journal. Look at, which journal though was it? Okay, there's a drawing of it. So the little medallion goes in the upper right. Isn't that how I have it, though? Game is calling you dumb. Every game secretly calls you dumb. That's why they put the yellow paint everywhere. So yeah, that's what we gotta do here. And so big circle thing, cracks going. What I have, though. Hmm. No, I have it perfectly, unless I just need, like, these one specific corners in different spots. Oh, yeah, I see there's blood on this one. No, still not right. Okay, maybe this one goes up there. There we are.
I think the clock broke. Or maybe it just stopped at a very precise place.
Old man Dartigan was never good. Come on, you know what? My preference are physics puzzles, man. Physics puzzles. Everyone prefers a good physics puzzle. Anything else? Alright, so the time. I see 358 circled over there. There's like what with a big image with a sun in it, and then you got this. 358. I don't think I can even manipulate this right now, though. Oh. Maybe did I already use that one, didn't I? The first time I did it. Maybe it's whatever this is. No, that I've already done that puzzle, didn't I? Or did I? Would I like a clue? I don't know, maybe. Because I was thinking maybe this first, but I think I already did that one. Check the clock above my head. Oh, I thought I had to move this or something. So it's 6, it's 3, okay. 3, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Oh, wait, do I get the wrong order? Okay, the smallest dial is 3. The middle dial is 4. And the big one is a 6. Okay, okay. This is the middle dial. There we go.
There's a picture in the black glass. It's showing me something. It's the hallway outside Jeremy's room.
That away, says the camera. That away, shows the camera. That's where it just came from as well. You're welcome. Thank you. Let's see. Alright. I mean, hey, we gotta go to the hallway. Okay. Zool, motherfucker. Best horror line in any movie ever. I am the key master. Are you the...
Huh. I made it. I entered another one of Jeremy's memories.
Are you not surprised by that? I don't think I can ever say the line like I've entered another one of Jeremy's memories and not be completely freaked out. This guy is taking this weird supernatural stuff very well, I gotta say. There's entered a paraphysical dimension that reflects a person's memories. I don't want to look at Jeremy's mound, which is what the game just directed me to do. Ghostbusters? Yeah, Ghostbusters is like a movie I think everyone needs to watch. And not these new Ghostbuster crap. You know, only go to like, there's only one Ghostbuster movie, Chad. The original. Only one you need. Bustin', 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 bustin' makes me feel good. I've mentioned before that you don't realize it when you watch that movie as a kid. But there was a ghost blowjob scene in that movie. And it's like when you watch it as an adult, you're like, oh my god, how did I miss this? Why is it pulling down his zipper? You remember that? Yeah, you do now. But when you're a kid, you're like, aha, he's making funny faces.
I need the key.
May 1923. Money.
But that's also a true story. Dan Aykroyd believes he had a sex with a ghost once. He's mentioned that before. He's like, oh, I had a sexual experience with a ghost.
Properly forestalled.
And he put it into the movie.
Tuesday. Shipment delayed but delivered.
Your dad pointed out for you? That had to be awkward.
Close to broken. Wednesday.
I don't think I'd want to learn about blowjobs from like a ghost scene in a Ghostbusters movie from my dad.
Painter, who read about our finds in the papers. He means to return tomorrow and try to find a way inside.
Oh, would you like some Crystal Head vodka? Very smooth. Got a wonderful glass skull bottle for you to like put on your shelf. Look very nice.
Hartwood promised not to return to the compound. Instead, he has taken up an offer by L'Officier, the riverboat captain, who means to pilot him to the site tomorrow morning. Hopefully that's the end.
You know, I gotta give it to Dan Aykroyd, though. I bet he's like living the dream now that he gets to be in Ghostbusters again after all these years. That's been like the sole thing he cared about since the 80s, was getting more Ghostbusters movies.
This is the devil that guides us now.
Scary Movie 2 had Insane One. What, Ghost Blowjob? How many other movies had ghost blowjobs? Is this like a thing we need to go search down and find out?
Huh.
Huh. Did you ever play Leisure Suit Larry point and click game? I've never played any of those. I almost ended up playing the one that came out on PS2, but I never played that one either. I'm not into point and click adventure games, so they never really appealed to me. And by that point, if I really wanted nudity, like raunchy sex comedy, I could find it in better forms. Did you know that Suicide Squad Joker DLC is out? Is that important in any way? But yeah, I know it's out. Like, is anyone still playing that game? Like, oh yes, finally the Joker. Now the game can really thrive.
I need the key.
And most people don't even consider it the Joker. It's like this bad, like, Joker at home kind of thing. We have the Jonkler. Ghostbusters was never a sentimental movie, so why do they try to make it... I mean, I feel like it's a very important movie for a lot of people because it is that good of a movie. However, they never really needed more than the one. They'll never be able to like replicate the first movie in any way because it doesn't need a sequel. We getting spooky over there? I don't know if I consider this spooky.
It's locked.
It's trying its best, but I ain't finding it spooky.
There's something missing.
Ghostbusters did have a cartoon though. I sort of kind of remember the cartoon. Like it's called The Real Ghostbusters or something. And Slimer was like the mascot for some reason. And it had like the dude from Garfield voicing one of the characters, I think. Them gators in docks, what? Those what? Gators, yeah. Gators. How does this guy heal himself by drinking whiskey, by the way? I think he's just like pretending he's getting better when he like... What? When he like takes a swig from the flask. But it's like, actually, how's that gonna heal all the wounds? Just numbing the pain. New RoboCop game is amazing. I played through it actually. It was pretty good. Solid AA game from what it is. I hope that developer gets the Total Recall franchise next and makes what game. Because you know what? Total Recall I don't think has ever had a good game. It only has one legendarily bad game on the NES. And I think they could do it justice. They would definitely have the 3 boob scene in there. The legendary scene. Do I need a glass of water? Yeah, I should be fine. Streaming, you know, the hardest job there is. Takes a lot out of you. I'm gonna need like a key counter for this game because it is getting up there. It is getting way up there. It's like there's maybe a bit too much of that. This is reaching like Doom levels of like you need a key card for this door. Don't I have a hatchet? Does it get rid of my current melee weapon if I pick up another one? And or do I like store them? Like constantly switching between them? Nope, you can only have one, so I'll keep my axe. Keep the axe. DC's really pushing that Jared Leto version of Joe. I think the Jared Leto version is way better than whatever this one is. The bridge lever.
Got it.
But it seems like anything connected to Suicide Squad is always just inherently worse. Zombie gators, chat. They known in these parts. Hey, can you get this, like, thing about throwing things off my screen game? I kind of know how the mechanic works now. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It worked.
You can use your arms to throw something, and you can use them to hug your significant other who you love very much. I highly recommend that. You can use your arms for violence, chat, or you can use them for love. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Well, those which way Western man memes, only like in a positive site. Why not violence and love? Only with consent, alright? Only if they say okay to that. Is Chadley here in this game? We might be able to finally kill him off for good if he is. Oh, Edward, I see you're not in a Final Fantasy VII game with my friend Cloud. That's okay, I don't hold you against you. Would you like to help me make some materia? I would love to, like, study these Lovecraftian entities. Owies. So thank you for the 100 bits, Lucky. I really do think that Chadley is like a thing. It's like a thing that could appear in any video game as like just like a way of ruining the mood. Like you could put that guy in like a Devil May Cry game. He's like, oh, Dante, wonderful to see you here, old friend. You know, this Mundus character sure is frightening. Perhaps you need new materia to strengthen yourself before you engage him in final battle. Also, just me or these like zombie gators, they like go down like paper mache. Ooh. Dante would walk away. I don't know, Dante likes kids, right? I mean, if he offers up a good enough piece of materia, Dante will take that shit. And do like a Michael Jackson dance while he does it. Which, when I think about it, is exactly what Red 13 did. Yeah, I've been told I'll need the shovel. Good for burying the bodies. Terrifying idea, Chad, but do you think Chadley will ever grow up and become like an actual like adult? Is he like stuck in that like weird kid's body? Like, is he gonna get like a super deep voice one day, like, oh yeah, Cloud, what's up? Oh man, I want to help you make some materia today. Afterwards, we can get some brews, man. Like, hey, Cloud, you want to go drinking after this? I'm of age now. Okay, they're giving me a lot of melee weapons, but there's not really much else going on here. Bath time?
Weak.
Hey, have a good one.
Something to break it.
Oh shit. Okay, it hasn't hurt us. We can rob this place. Does Dragon Dogma 2 or Rise of Ronin if you could only have one? Honestly, if you're making me choose between the two, I'll choose the one that actually seems to play properly, which is not Dragon's Dogma 2 at this point in time. You need milk with your cookies? What kind of cookies are we talking about? Jay, what kind of cookies are we speaking about here? It's vital information. I applaud you having the proper, like, you know, knowledge how to, like, properly eat a cookie as well. People who eat, like, cookies without a milk, they ain't friends of mine. Not friends of mine. Hey, that was a lot of pointlessness. Somehow Wesker returned. Well, look, we have Wesker again in the remakes, but I don't need him coming back from whatever happened to him in 5. You're pretty dead once you get dropped in a volcano and then hit with like 2 rockets, alright? That should be acceptable, like you don't come back from kind of death. Good night, Dart. Hey, Blue Dude, you have a good night, man. And thanks for being here. It's one of the old man Dartigan's tests, like the end of the last crusade. You need to eat the cookie correctly. Choose wisely. He chose poorly. I mean, I will judge you over the type of cookie. Chocolate chip, S tier. Then goes down from there like chocolate chip with macadamia nut or pecan, S+ tier. If you... Chat. I can't eat a snickerdoodle. I will vomit if I get near a snickerdoodle. I had to eat a bunch of snickerdoodles once, and I was like, just to finish them off, and now I cannot even smell a snickerdoodle without getting ill. It's like, oh, hello, ma'am. Sorry is being naughty? No, you never have to apologize for being naughty. Huh. Cool. Towels in here? You've never eaten a snickerdoodle? It's really just like a sugar cookie with a lot of cinnamon. I like had a bunch of them that I made like last year, and I had to finish them off before they went bad. So I had like to eat like 7 or 8 of them in like a couple hours, and I was like, I had to force feed myself basically. I was really like, oh, I don't want to go to waste. But I will never be able to like touch another one. Sounds rough. It was, it's weird. Any other cookie I could like eat tons of them. Like you asked me to eat like 8 or 9 chocolate chip cookies, I will scarf those down. But for some reason the snickerdoodles, they did me wrong. They did me wrong. Alright, let's see. We go here next. We do need to go over there. That's where the thing is at. Let's check this one. That's all a snickerdoodle is. Sugar and cinnamon. I'm disappointed. Well, that and like eggs and batter. But yeah, it's primarily just a sugar cookie. However, another good type of cookie is cinnamon toast crunch treat. Basically, like instead of like a marshmallow treat, or a snap crackle treat, you know, the ones with Rice Krispie treats, it's like made with cinnamon toast crunch instead. Excelente. Excelente. Any like information here? No, we're just getting emerald. Also, like nuts in my cookies. Yep. Like white macadamia, like macadamia pecan, or like goated. I don't know why I'm sneaking. These things only take 2 shots to go down. They're not that tough. Combat doesn't seem too anxiety-inducing. It's not. However, I do feel that I've heard in reviews the game does get hard later on, as they can put you up against a lot of enemies. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Macadamia nuts are good. Pistachios are good too. But I usually put those into like my smoothies.
There's gotta be a way to get to the other side.
Alright, fine. It's easier to shoot you. See, now I don't have to sneak anymore. Like pineapple on pizza? Brave statements tonight. I'll be honest, I don't really like pineapple much on anything. I don't like eating a fruit that eats me at the same time, Chad. I don't know why people like want to do that. Oh. Is that supposed to... I should probably move. Do I have an emote for this, for what? Everything's on fire? Well, you know, that's the state of the world right now.
All right. Now what?
You got a tough cloth. The pineapple pizza comment? Oh, well, you think I'm really gonna have a pineapple pizza emote?
Yeah, come on, Carby. Wouldn't you rather fall to your death than go up in flames?
What do you think of David Harbour's best role? This guy? Probably Stranger Things. That's honestly the only thing I know him from, if I'm being clear with you. I played another game set in Louisiana not too long ago called Norco that was honestly very good for what it was. It's very trippy and weird, but I kind of recommend it. Anyone wants like a simple game to play, it's all plot based. Once again, it's called Norco. Gets my thumbs up. Oh, we got any here waters. Oh shit. The big one, is it? Yeah, I'm gonna assume maybe it's blind, because it didn't seem like it saw me there. Live in this exact spot forever. Are you kidding? This is a swamp, man. The bugs will eat you alive. That's scarier than that thing. There's also apparently a burial ground. Seems like you need to stealth. Well, hey. It's gonna be hard to stealth if it keeps dropping frames like that.
Mound Jeremy talked about in this book.
We have ourselves an Indian burial mound here.
Don't come any closer. I'm armed.
Get that thing out of my face.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm just a detective trying to find something called Tarawea.
You after Jeremy too? Why?
I'm working for his niece. She wants to make sure he's alright.
He might be unharmed, but far from all right. He's a curse upon Deseto.
Here we go again.
What?
Oh. Well, very convenient.
Oh, Christ in heaven.
I have that shotgun now. We'll probably need that. Thank you for the pallet knife. Didn't know I went all the way there for that. Intended for painting, but it's thin enough to slide through the crowd. This is why you use to get rid of those door jams, I think.
Reflections on the Power of the Verb in Certain Texts by Juan Luis Jorge. To act is in itself divine.
No dead black character.
Even the
Hey, we're living in
slightest movement of our
2024, man.
hand is
That's an old
evidence of our
trope.
soul in motion. Yet our free will is so easily overwhelmed by the dullness of everyday life. Our actions become rote.
Stranger
and
Things was
rigid,
okay.
in
The
spite
first
of
season
luxury
was great.
and comfort.
Every season that followed it got worse and
True
worse.
divinity is found in
The third one was
choice
the
of
worst
leaving
season of
the
it.
stage
Like the
where we
weird,
all
like, hey, what if we have like Soviets
People who
in like
discover this
under
freedom
the mall?
unexpectedly will be struck by the terror of this revelation and become paralyzed, or worse, turn to suicide. However,
People are
if
already
you are
saying
able
that
to
this
weather that
year's
storm,
game of the year will be
you will
either
discover
Go to
that there is a
Rebirth or
divine
Helldivers
path
2.
beyond that fear.
I mean, those will definitely be contenders.
There is a chance to dismount your destiny and
But
make
we still got a lot of year left. Let's not
something
get
that
too
hasn't
excited
been
for what
planned
it
for
is.
or predestined.
And let's be honest, no one
There is
really actually
difficulty in
cares about
explaining
Game
this
of the
type
Year,
of
the Game
acting,
Awards.
as it
It's just there for
transcends our
trailers.
everyday choices.
I mean, I've never really.
This isn't some banal
I will never
decision
just like,
choosing
oh,
one
that was the
career
Game of the
over
Year
the
of 2020. That's not how I will
or
think of
even
any of these
who I should
games.
marry. Leaving the stage, no matter how, isn't a matter of course correction. It's a rejection of the story that the creator is telling.
Have you watched Invincible, made by The Walking Dead? I've seen clips from it. I mean, I literally have an emote that is like think Mark think. But I haven't watched the show. I've only seen like clips of famous moments of it. I know it's in like second season right now. Sitting room keys, eh?
Ooh.
Break the glass, you idiot. You see the digital, did you see the leaked digital only Xbox Series X? It's apparently supposed to come out another year. I mean, no one's buying an Xbox as it is. I don't see why that would encourage anyone to buy an Xbox at this point. Unless they're making it like so dirt cheap that it's like impossible not to buy it. Like, here's a $200 console. Maybe then. Because they're not giving you a compelling reason to buy an Xbox anyways. Okay, so we can get into the drawing room now. This is what? Wrong room. You know, I actually don't know a single person who owns like an Xbox Series X, and when I think about it, it just has never come up. I've never actually seen one outside of like behind the store, outside of a store.
It's wedged shut.
It worked.
Okay, game. I don't think I needed a special tool to do that. If it's just come on, anything would have worked. Anything would have gotten that out of there. Last time I will ping you. Have you? Oh, I'm sorry I missed your pings earlier, man. Have you watched Invincible? Okay, then I have. Last time I will ping you. Have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? I have not, but I did hear it was good. I heard it was the one that won all the awards last year, right? But no, I have not seen it. It's also directed by the short round from Temple of Doom as well. Only Xbox worth owning is the Xbox Series S. It's essentially a mini Game Pass machine. But you can play Game Pass on your PC if you have one of those. You don't need a Xbox hardware for that. But yeah, I don't know. Honestly, when you think about it, chat, when you think about the history of video game consoles, you really only gotta have 2 failed consoles in a row before. Well, sometimes it's just one is enough. But at this point in time, if you have like 2 failed consoles in a row, that's usually the end of your like console business. It happened to Sega, happened to Atari. But I don't know. They've had the Xbox One and now the Series X that have both been flops, and they seem like they're trying to transition out of like making hardware into like becoming just like a Game Pass machine, and also putting their games onto their even on the PS5, no less. I do think this is probably like Microsoft's last console generation. I don't know. They might like try to make a third. They got enough money for it. But I don't see any way they can correct at this point, because I can't think of a compelling reason, even one compelling reason to own an Xbox anymore. And this is coming from, I love my Xbox 360. I actually didn't even bother buying a PS3, but they have just completely, it's actually incredible to think about that they came out of that Xbox 360 so strong. One mistake cost them, well, technically more than one. The big mistake, the whole Connect thing, making that the Xbox One's like big thing, and they had to like walk back from that. But they also screwed up and they let a bunch of like the stuff, like the exclusives they had going for them, just evaporate. They didn't even like try to keep them around, and then they screwed up what exclusive they had left. Door blocker thing was on par with the red tape from Resident Evil 7. Yeah, well, yellow tape, but I get you. Xbox isn't really failing in the console business, they just have bad management. They need to make more unique exclusives. Well, yeah, but that takes time. Like AAA exclusives, you're looking at like a 4 to even 6 year development for like one game. Now they own a lot of studios, but they've only bought them over the past like 2 to 3 years. So you still won't probably see any like anything to come out of them until like their next console at the least now, because it doesn't seem. Why would you like? I think the Xbox Series X is pretty much considered a flop. There's no saving it. So why would you like release like a whole bevy of like new exclusive AAA games on it that they then have to buy? I'm pretty sure this is their logic as well. That's why they're focusing on PC and even like PS5 now as well. Like if we're gonna make these things, we need to release them on hardware people actually own. And you know the industry is also going through an era where they're like firing everyone, so there'll be less people to work on games. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I just don't see Xbox being in the game much longer, in like in a hardware way. Ironically, part of the reason I can't recommend an Xbox is because hey, it's better to have a PC than an Xbox, and you get to play all of them day one anyways. And so that was a good decision for the market to like release their exclusives day one, but it was a horrible decision for like their brand, because now like, oh yeah, like, you kind of do need a compelling reason to go out and buy unique hardware for like playing video games on. Xbox abandoned most of their unit. Yeah, they like let EA buy BioWare. They like the only thing they seemed like they were interested in keeping was Gears of War, and that was already used up by the time they bought it.
The Barlow lens. Instructions.
Remember Scalebound? Oh yeah, the Platinum Dragon game they canceled.
Simply fit this Barlow lens to your instrument. Then operate the fine tuners to adjust.
But I'll be honest with you, I don't think Scalebound ever looked very good. It always looked kind of shit.
Done while looking through your eyepiece. Simply search for a position where your picture is clear and appears flat. When correctly tuned, your telescope should present a clear picture with magnificent magnification.
Dog collar, huh? Okay, we got a full thing. I'm not sure what that does for me. Unlocks the shotgun cabinet. Wait, why would this unlock the shotgun cabinet? Rubber stamp, dog collar pin. That unlocks. You know, okay, whatever.
What's this?
I don't get it. How does that unlock the shotgun cabinet? It just does magically. How do I switch between weapons? D-pad? There's no D-pad here though. Arrow pad? No, arrow pad doesn't do it either. Interesting. I don't know how to switch to the shotgun. It thinks I'm playing on a controller. Okay, the audio is a bit busted and jank in this game, because I was supposed to keep playing, I think. I can't do anything with this right now. Press number 2 key. Oh, that's jank right alone using a Well, I guess using num keys for switching weapons, it doesn't make sense. That's like old school though, I feel like. I'm used to using like the scroll wheel for changing weapons at this point. Alright. We now go where? Let's see. Need to get up to the second floor. Can also do something in the wine cellar now. During the Laganapes, there are certain sets that unlock different endings. They're called hidden objectives, huh? Interesting. Very interesting. Have you ever played that Terminator Resistance made by the same people? I did play it briefly. I never finished it, though. I just didn't get into that one as much as, say, the RoboCop game they made. Pickaxe. That almost got you. Who got gotted? Who got gotted? Don't be ashamed. Just get the cheap scentless Epsom salts from Amazon or 99-cent store and add lavender essential oils and vanilla. Nice, smooth skin. We done with the spook? We did the spook. He still got scared opening the door. He's like, oh. Now, where am I? I need to go downstairs. And then I go where? Continue straight, take the left. By the way, now that you've unlocked the shotgun, it's automatically unlocked for Emily when you start a new game with her. Oh. That's a nice touch. If I even play it with her. I don't know if I'll do that though, but we'll see. Okay, we don't need to go that way. What was the puzzle I can solve down here? You know, I just realized it's been a while since I saved. Let me fix that real quick. By the way, chat, I tried doing that. There's one more quest in FF7 that I didn't complete. That one where you do all the mini games and the gold saucer, can't stop, won't stop. I've managed to do every one of his objectives except one. The battle arena this is the final section I haven't done. That dude pins you against an entire army of Tomberries who just constantly just keep killing you. He's just like, here, fight a bunch of Tonberries. So they're always like putting me to sleep and then just like knifing me to death. This guy was like, he deserves death. That is evil? Yeah, it's definitely evil. Can I stick my palette knife in there as like a fuse? No. And that's only not even the final battle. That's only like battle 2 of 5. So I have to imagine like the 3, 4, and 5 are gonna be like even more evil. Like the first one is against 2 giant cactuars, which ain't too bad. But then he's like, oh, here, the next fight, you know, here's like a dozen Tonberries. Oh, key switch. Have you uncovered the complete map with the tiny Bronco? I have not bothered getting back in the tiny Bronco, no, because it's not that important. Ooh.
It worked.
Your last ping. No, you don't have to worry about it, man. You adding me is perfectly fine in a live stream. Don't worry. It's like, don't worry about it. People at me all the time. I am a very popular person, you realize. I am used to it. I won't necessarily read your comment because I still might miss it because I'm focused on other things. So it's not a guarantee that I'll read your comment, but it doesn't annoy me if someone adds me. Just ask my Twitch chat where like every other comment is usually someone adding me. Can I turn the lights back on? No. Only you could raise an army of Tom Berries against several. You know what? I think at some point they need to make a Tom Berry a party member. Look, Kate Sith started out as an enemy in FF6 and then became like an actual ally at FF7. I demand a Tom Berry party member. Make that a thing in like Final Fantasy 17, alright? Have them be like this little murder monster that's also adorable, and they actually have lines and shit. It's like almost like an evil version of Vivi at that point. Could have an interesting combat style. Can you swing your weapon, sir? Fine, shoot. He did not want to swing at all, did he? Almost got me killed. Have you watched the first 3 episodes of X-Men 97? I have not. I do not have time for it right now. I am focused on making my, writing my FF7 script. That's going to take it so much time that I can't really do anything else. So maybe once I've got the Patreon launched and also have that video wrapped up, then I might take a look at it. Okay, we need to go to the boiler room now. Why wouldn't it let me, like, interact with this thing where I put the valve? Or not. I guess I put it right here. You want a Tom Berry girlfriend? You're so lucky. You want the Tom Berry girlfriend. You know what? I wish you luck on that. Have fun sleeping at night. Most, if not all, the original voice cast is back. That's what I heard. However, I don't really remember most of their voices except for, like, Gambit's pretty decently. Well, no, Rogue had, like, that very, like, charming southern accent, like, sugar? Come on, doll. I can't actually replicate it. But you know what I mean.
Jeremy?
I found him. Hey, didn't I kill the lights in here? How's this one working? Oh, he's growing mushrooms. Or eyeballs.
What's going on?
You know, you saute him with some butter. It'd be pretty good.
Where's the body?
Broken plate. Of course, the only other voice you'd recognize would be Southern. Well, I'm sorry, it's just she had like the most identifiable voice. I will say I did not understand Rogue's powers back in the original cartoon because she could like, she was basically just Superman because she could like fly and like she was super strong, which didn't really seem like a mutant's powers to me. That's because they weren't. She like stole them from Captain Marvel. And I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't know who that was either. It's like, who's Captain Marvel? Pieces of plate.
You know, Mr. Waits, I saw a piece of the plate that Liza broke. I think she's been hiding them. She's not very good at it. She just chucked it into the little room with all the tools behind the boiler. I left it there. I didn't want to embarrass her by picking it up while she was looking. We went upstairs instead and played backgammon. I let her win, because she's so unhappy. The piece looked like the one on display in Cassandra's room. You know about that one already, right? Or is your eyesight really that fuzzy? I hope you don't feel bad about your glasses. You only look stupid when you squint. Maybe if you had more eyes, you would see these things. I wish you had all the eyes you needed. Your best and favorite guest, Grace.
Game is hella weird. Well, it's kind of meant to be. The original Alone in the Dark is also it's very cartoonishly weird because there's like if you ever like you get a chance, watch like a playthrough of someone playing the original game. It's a little bizarre. It's pretty goofy. Not gonna lie. Let's see. Yeah, we need to go up to the 3rd floor now. I mean the 2nd floor. Grace is a little shit in Emily's playthrough. She doesn't like her. Makes sense. Which way am I going? We'll continue upstairs. Is it just as cheesy as Resident Evil 1? Well, no. That game is like ultimate horror cheese for video games. I don't think you can out-cheese that unless you do it intentionally. Alright, we can get it here now.
It's wedged shut.
It worked.
He stabs her in the ass with a syringe. That bit goes beyond being a little shit, and that goes into assault. Let's see. Oh, it's the Flapple lady. How are they getting around all this place with all the locked doors?
Detective Conby, how good of you to come. Let me pour you a drink.
What happened here? This place looks like it was hit by a bomb.
You look like you're hit by a bomb. You're covered in blood.
Detective.
Thanks. Did the ceiling just collapse?
I heard it was something in the attic. Something that was supposed to happen, but didn't. How that could have such consequences is beyond me. The truth is, I don't know why the room looks like this. But I bet your friend Jeremy does.
You know where I could find him?
Oh, somewhere in his past, I suppose. He keeps going on about that mysterious dark man. I think he is hiding from him. Or maybe he's with him. I can't really keep up. I don't worry much. Take a look around this room. You may think it looks spectacularly devastated, but I just think it's finally found its stride. It fits perfectly with the state of this place and its loonies. The same goes for the nonsense with Jeremy. In my eyes, we finally managed to match the wild ride inside all of us.
Well, I'm happy you find the evening so harmonious. I hope you don't mind me setting things right. Jeremy's business, that is. This room looks beyond my capabilities.
Good luck, Detective. Hope to see you again soon.
Yeah. Evening, miss.
I don't know what I was supposed to get from that.
Ruth seemed like a handful. Her talk about Jeremy and the Dark
Find
Man
Deserto's
made it
boiler
sound like
mentioned
she
in the
might
common
know
punishable.
something of importance.
I feel like you'd feel
But
right at home as a
ultimately,
flapper
it
girl in this
felt
time
like a
period. You know, like
dead
talking to Lucky. I was going to say, you mean me? Well, thank you. I'd be an excellent flapper girl. Like I said, she's missing one thing, and it's it's that really long cigarette holder that all proper flapper girls would have had. That way you can be like a boss-ass bitch while you smoke.
Can I get some more of that whiskey?
Go ahead, Detective. I don't think I can stomach anymore anyway.
Man, that'll hit. Hey, shouldn't I be healed from drinking? Because that's what happens when I drink from my flask.
Am I bothering you?
On the contrary, Detective, I enjoy watching professionals at work.
You thought this game descended from Clock Tower? Yeah, that's Clock Tower is a Japanese developed game, actually. Lagging up. Okay. Bread. So bread plus rat poison plus needle equals what? What's with the classic get up? You mean what I'm wearing? Because we're from the classic era. This is like the 1930. This is period appropriate, you know? Alright, so let's see. We opened a door into the hallway. We have a clue back in the sitting room we can now get into. Stairwell will lead up to the attic.
I need the key.
Or you can jump. We need a bread emote, but what would you use it for? That woman is definitely supposed to be Rita Hayworth. Is she from the original game? Or is that just a name I should know that I'm missing, like, not placing? First poster Andy Dufresne uses. Oh, okay. Now I know who you're talking about. The medicine box key.
Ugh. There's more of that aggressive rot.
On the commonplace of evil, there lies virtue. And
Also, damn, Aaron Hines, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, dude.
Indifference.
I think you guys might have unlocked another
blame
emote
not
slot
the beast we
at this rate.
once
But
which
big
science
thanks.
so often
You guys got
wished to
yourself a
refer.
membership from Aaron. Send him some
Not
thanks.
the wicked
Sure, he'll
full of
appreciate the
sin.
love.
It is you who stand and grin. All our good intentions aside.
Just about everyone who's
Where
now
upon
chatting
we
in the
build
YouTube chat on regular is now probably like a sub from all the gifts.
Sunless solitude. Follow not this corrupting light.
I'm glad I made the YouTube membership pretty cheap too.
Confidence always crashes out of sight. Hear me. For we all
Wish I could
bear
do that
his
on
mark.
Twitch, but Twitch is like demands
Thus we
$5
must
minimum.
remain
Kind of shitty.
alone in the dark.
Hmm. That is shitty. Like, yeah, I feel, yeah, that, like I said, you can only like charge more. They give you like tiers on Twitch. On YouTube, I do like that you can set the price of your membership. She said the thing. You said the thing alone in the dark. Alright, that unlocks another door. Back out there, but I don't really need to go that way. We need to get back up to the second floor. Glad you didn't inflate the membership. Yeah, like, I feel $2 to $3 I feel is like more than enough for any of this YouTube stuff. Both Patreon memberships and all that. So, I'm fine with the way it is. More people can like have fun that way. Have you considered streaming on Kick? Isn't that like the gambling streaming site? It's kind of like, I don't know, it feels weird. And, I mean, I could, there's nothing stopping me from it. But I don't know, if it like, I don't want to like send people there if it's potentially like promoting like gambling. I'd have to look into it more, to be honest with you though. But, trying to read 3 stream chats in a row, that might be a bit much. 2 is about as much as I can probably handle. So if I wanted to stream on Kick at the same time, I'd probably have to like ignore at least one of the chats. Like streaming to YouTube and Twitch is already plenty enough for me. What's Kick even like? I don't know, I've never actually visited it before. It's pretty much like a clone of Twitch, if we're being honest, from what little I do know of it. It tries to like look like Twitch in like in a lot of different ways. The sub revenue split is pretty good. It's no better than YouTube's. YouTube's sub revenue split, I think, is the same thing. But you also have to convince people to go over to Kick, and I don't know if, I mean, I don't really want to convince people to like go over to Kick just to like subscribe to me there. Just subscribe to me on Twitch or YouTube. That's more than enough. I don't need to add like a third website into it. I've got a Patreon I'm launching because I'm going to try to get people to go over to that. I really don't want to go adding too much onto it. You gotta at least at some point know your limits. Alright, so yeah, we go down this hallway and then we can get to the sitting room. Kick is for gambling addicts and gooners. Yeah, that is what little I know about it as well. But Twitch has a lot of gooners on it too. Let's be honest here. There's like famous Twitch metas now where like people were like putting on green underwear so they could like green screen their underwear and show gameplay footage on it. Alright, and now we just go over here into the sitting room.
There's something missing.
Yeah, it's France. They got rid of France. Someone is a little bit racist. Wiped them off the map.
This must be that kid's room. Why does she seem so familiar?
Don't you worry, Grace. Go play your game, bleat and bellow with the others. I won't be jealous. There will be more masquerades. However, I would love it if you would finish my mask for the feast. With love, Ruth.
Do we even need France? I don't know, that is where Ubisoft is found. But there's also like a long-time viewer here from who's like always making jokes about croissants, and you know, I don't want to lose him. You're passing out. We're almost done for the night, actually, so hang on like another 5 minutes. Now that is the most terrifying thing in the game. So what have we got left? We have water closet in Cassandra's room. So let's check the water closet first. I think this counts as a little bit more than a water closet, by the way. This is like a spa bath. Well, it would have been. I don't smoke in the same room with a kid.
What you got there? You drawing something?
Nothing special. I'm just bored.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I remember you, Mr. Conby.
From where?
Don't touch that. Cassandra wouldn't like it. She wouldn't like it at all.
Do you know where she is?
I'd rather not talk about it. It makes me upset. Besides, she'll be back after the Feast of St. John.
You think?
Yup. It's all on the page, Mr. Conby. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
All right.
I'm gonna go now, if that's okay. I don't like to stay too long in the same place. Mr. McCoffey might find me.
Hey. Is he mean to you?
Not everyone needs to be saved, Mr. Conby. You should know that by now.
I see. That's you as a kid practicing Shakespeare?
So this is where Cassandra Beauregard ended up. For some reason, I thought she died years ago. It's another one of those strange padlocks.
A grave liniment. One of several medications described to be author Cassandra Beauregard. The particular bottle contains the ointment for pain relief, sold as the fourth version of the company's popular recipe. Is this like that cocaine medicine I've always heard about?
Miss Beauregard, I picked up your medicine at the post office today. As you understand, it needs to be administered by the orderlies for your safety. I have put the box in Lottie's room for now, and I'm sure she will find you as soon as possible. Mr. Waits.
Find the key to the medicine. Which is where? Okay, we actually don't know. Wait, there's a puzzle in the boiler room I didn't solve? I thought I did all that. No clues, chat. No clues. However, it is getting a little late, and that feels like a pretty good stopping point. Yeah. So, yeah, I think we'll call it there tomorrow, chat. I will probably be playing the Stellar Blade demo. I believe that comes out tomorrow. So I'm not sure how long that demo would take to get through, but I will be checking that out. So, you know, show up, you know, if you want to see me play hot Korean Devil May Cry, basically, or whatever it ends up being. But you've all been wonderful tonight. I thank you for joining me, by the way. Hopefully you guys had a good time. Sorry my voice is getting a little hoarse. I guess I just talk too much. You know, that happens when you're a streamer. But thank you for any subs, gift subs, memberships, gift memberships, bits, any of that stuff. Thank you very much. I much appreciate it. I will use it for, like, buying a new video game. Just going to be edging? Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you for sharing that information. Also, thank you for sharing your time with me tonight, all of you. Thank you to the mod team. If you're on YouTube, hit the like button, or you can also subscribe if you like my stream. Also, thank you for 5 more gifted memberships, Supertramp. Thank you very much. One last sub bomb or membership bomb on me before I go away for the night. But yeah, chat, I will see you all tomorrow. With much love, I bid you adieu. Stay healthy and safe until then. And I'll take care of you for another 4 hours, alright? Alright, chat. Peace out.